Can we please observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation?
Now I'll bow on my right and on my left. Now we're going to do the moment of silence and meditation. Thank you. Deputy Speaker, you can take over.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable members, we are dividing the labor, so we will start. But before we will proceed, I would love to make the following announcement. The hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. Delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. For purposes of a quorum, all delegates who are logged into the virtual platform shall be considered present, and delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. Delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted. All delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform as well as insert their cards to register on the system. Delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphone. All delegates may participate in the discussions through the chat room. The interpretation facility is active, and members on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation gadgets on their desks to access the interpretation facilities. Honorable delegates, before we proceed to motions, I would like to take this opportunity to announce that a vacancy which occurred in the council owing to the untimely passing of Honorable Morentia Gillian has been filled by the appointment of Honorable Linda Nelly Moss. Honorable Moss, if you are in the chamber, this is a delegate from the Western Cape. Honorable Moss, you are welcome. We wish you a fruitful and productive tenure in the National Council of Provinces. Honorable delegates, I would now like to take the opportunity to welcome the two Deputy Ministers of Water and Sanitation, the Minister of Police that is supposed to be there, and the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, MECs from different provinces, SALGA representatives, and all permanent and special delegates to the House. Honorable delegates, I will now allow an opportunity to delegates to give notices of motion. It is 10 minutes in total that we will have, and you can actually just indicate through the raise hand function. Honorable Malika, there is notices of motion. Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debate decisive action geared at confronting and dealing with the criminal gangs involved in economic sabotage, extortion at construction sites, and vandalism of infrastructure. I so move.
Yeah. Yeah, that is I don't know why there is noise. Any objections? If none, the motion is agreed to. Honorable Makause. Honorable Mokause.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters that in its next sitting, the council debates the abuse of power, specifically the police and the military, by the sitting government of South Africa. I so move.
Any objections? Oh, that is a notice of motion. The notice of motion is it's noted. Is there any other notices of motion?
I didn't hear if it was objected.
There was no objection. No, there was no objection. It's a notice.
Oh,
It is a notice of motion. I'm very sorry, Honorable Mokause. Honorable Apleni.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of Economic Freedom Fighters. The council next debates the lack of sanitation in public schools, in particular the failure of the Eastern Cape Education Department in meeting its own deadline of eliminating all pit toilets in public schools, as the existence of these structures continue to kill young Black learners. I so move. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
There is a notice of motion. We take note. Honorable delegates, I don't see any other hands. So we will now move to motions without notice.
Deputy Chair, there's hands inside in the chamber.
Okay, remember we have requested that everyone must actually also log on to the system. So I apologize if there is any. Before we start, can all of you lower your hands and we go back to notices of motion? Is there still other notices of motion?
Yes, I think the hands is for the motion
Without notice.
without notice.
Yes, if there is, it is for motions without notice. We will start now there. That is where we are starting now. Motions without notice. Members can
I
indicate.
don't see whether you see the hands, Chair, on your side, or you want us to assist you.
It will be very good if you can assist me with the hands that is there in the house.
Okay, can you please note Honorable Nana,
Yes,
Honorable Ndongeni,
yes.
Honorable Mutsamai.
I usually make a list, Honorable Chairperson, so that we can have a list of people that want to speak and we just don't go up and down. So it's fine. It's Nana, it's Ndongeni.
I still continuing with other names. Please, Mrs.
Nana, it's Ndongeni.
Honorable Mutsamai, after
Mutsamai,
Ndongeni,
yes.
Honorable British.
Protestant, yes, it's fine. Protestant, yes. Honorable Dangor, Honorable De Bruin, Honorable Bartlett, Honorable Moimang, and Honorable Bibi. I'm taking those that I see in the system also. Okay, then you can continue. Who is still there?
Honorable Njandu.
Jadu, yes.
Honorable.
Can you give me the other names still, because
Forrest. Honorable British.
I will start.
Honorable.
I will come back. Can we come back, Honorable? Can we come back to the rest? Let's start and see. Honorable Chairperson, I will start and see how far the time take us. We will start with Honorable Nana. Honorable Nana.
Can you please start with the hands that I gave you, then I'll correct the other hands.
Honorable Nana was the first one that you indicated.
Yeah, the first one is Honorable Nana, Honorable Ndongeni, Honorable Mutsamai.
Yes.
Honorable Brite,
I've got them.
Honorable Njandu, Honorable Bibi, Honorable. Who's this? Yeah. And Christian. Is it any hands that I left?
I've got,
Honorable Boshoff is the last one. I didn't call you honorable ma'am. Practicing, I did call you.
Honorable Chairperson, can I indicate that I've got all the names that you gave
What
me
is
as
left?
well as those on the system?
Practicing chair. Marukona, I'm busy. Practicing chair.
Last name. I've got Honorable Brottestedt.
3,
I've-
4, 5, 6, 7. Pesel, do you have Pesel?
Who?
Yeah,
Who?
As we proceed,
Can we proceed, please?
Proceed, Deputy Chair.
May I be noted?
And I'm calling on Honorable Nana as the first
Rider.
person to take
All right,
this.
it's after Comrade Deputy Chair, right? Comrade Rider is after Comrade
Deputy Chairperson,
Nsamai.
Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chair, I'm rising on a point of order.
Can you call order if you call order? I also want, I think I am requesting that we continue, as I have already indicated that I do have the names of all of those, and those that will come afterwards, we will allow them if time allows. Can we do it like that,
Deputy Chair,
please? Yes,
I'm
Honorable.
calling an order.
Yes, Honorable Makause, your order is.
Deputy Chairperson, we are really now getting confused. There are two chairpersons of the session on the same platform. The other one is talking, the other one is talking that direction. And the House is absolutely in disarray. Can we allow one chairperson to chair and then the next session can be chaired by another one so that we don't speak past each other like that? Table staff, their duty is there to advise the sitting chairperson. We can't have this, chairperson. I'm pleading with you.
Honorable members, when I started, I said that myself and the House Chair is going to share the labor today because of the situation that these members are preparing to leave. And I've been requested to start the meeting. So I think we have explained. If there was a bit of confusion, we apologize for that. But can we now be allowed to continue? And I will call on Honorable Nana to do his motion without notice.
Chairperson, Chair, I don't think you are hearing me, Chairperson, on a point of order. Chairperson.
Honorable Makause, can we allow, I hear what you are saying, but can you allow us to continue with the
it's not
sitting?
in order.
Because this is a
What
very
you
long
are
sitting.
doing in Mangwenya is not
we
in order,
have-
Chairperson. I agree with you. You are chairing, but you are speaking past each other. The other one is there, the other one is there, the other one is screaming this direction, the other one
I
is
think
screaming
what
this
is now
direction.
happening is now happening is that you are now holding us up with the way you are now insisting on something that have been addressed, that it should be addressed. It have been addressed. We are now ready. May we continue, please, if you please, Honorable Makause. So, Honorable Nana, can you continue?
Chair, I rise on a point of order.
Yes, Honorable Abskagni.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really want to make this very clear that the situation that is playing out here is a clear indication that we have to have an in-person plenary. There's no reason why all members of all parties cannot be in this House. There's nothing wrong with this House, and we won't have these problems if we have an in-person plenary. Thank you.
Order,
there is-
Deputy Chair,
yes,
can
Honorable Mao.
I speak also
Aye.
on the point of order? Thank you.
Yes, please, Honorable
Deputy
Mao.
Chair, I just want to stand in support of your ruling that we should proceed. There's
Yes.
absolutely order in the House. Majority of members are in attendance here in the chamber. There's order here. And as a practice, when you chair on virtual, there's also a standby chair in case anything else happens. There's a House chair of international relations occupying the seat, the presidium. It is a practice in this House. And also, the Whipari has agreed in its city to invite the Secretary of Parliament to give comprehensive report in terms of full functionality of the facilities in Parliament for the National Council of Provinces to make a determination to operate from the chambers and as well as committees. The problem to a large extent is committee rooms that are not available at the last time of briefing. So it is a decision. We may have many interests. We may want to really raise our hands the highest when we know that there is platforms where we deal with these matters. We are fully seized with it. So I'll appreciate if we can proceed really. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. It is much appreciated. Can I now begin again to request that Honorable Nana, you give your motion without notice.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes with a deep sense of sadness at the tragic death of Zwelinzima Jubasa, a driver at the Eastern Cape Legislature. On March 10, 2023, Mr. Jubasa was stabbed to death, allegedly by someone he knew. At the time of his death, he was 63 years old. Further notes that Zwelinzima started working as a driver in the Eastern Cape Legislature in August of 1996. During provincial weeks since 2019, Zwelinzima would always be one of our drivers. Calls on the House to send a letter of condolences to his family and loved ones. His presence will undoubtedly be missed, and may his soul rest in peace. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Nana. Is there any objection to the motion? No objection, the motion is agreed to. With there being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Ndongeni, you will be the next.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes that 21st March is regarded as the Human Rights Day in South Africa, was commemorated under the theme Consolidating and Sustaining Human Rights Culture into the Future. Recall that the history of human rights is founded in the Sharpeville massacre that took place on the 21st of March, 1960, where 69 anti-apartheid protesters were killed by apartheid brutal police force. Further recalls that Human Rights Day also recognizes and honors 35 people who were killed on 21st March, 1985. When apartheid police targeted community members after a funeral at Langa in Newton Age. Recognize the past painful history of Black South Africans who were stripped of their dignity and were made pariahs in the land of their birth. Honoring those who fought for liberation, whose fruits we're enjoying today. We must use our democracy dispensation during this month to promote respect for basic human rights for all and restore and uphold human dignity in line with the Bill of Rights, and call upon South African citizens to collectively take a stand to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobic and related intolerance. I so moved. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni. My internet is a bit unstable, so I will leave my video for now. Can we then now call on, is there any objections to the motion? If none, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. We will now call on Honorable Mutsamai.
Thank you, Chairperson. I raise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters that Council in the next sitting debate the issue of deployment of South African National Defence Force to suppress peaceful protests, as was the case over the national shutdown, as they demonstrate political intolerance similar to the tactics used by the apartheid regime. I thank you. I so move.
But it's more sound, it more, if there is an objection, the motion will become a notice of motion and it will be printed in the next order paper.
Twice objection.
Honorable Dangor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I move on behalf of the African National Congress condolence motion on the killing of Mr. Kluti Murray and his son. I hereby note that with great concern that the killing of Mr. Kluti Murray, who was a court-appointed liquidator for African Global Operations, formerly known as BOSASA, and his son Thomas, who was a legal advisor in a suspected hit on the N1 near Midrand on the 18th of March, 2023. 2. Further notes that the two came under fire while traveling along the N1 highway near Midrand in Gauteng, and Murray died in hospital while his son died on the scene. 3. Pleads with the South African public to work and assist law enforcement agencies with the information that may lead to the arrest of those responsible for his killings. Welcomes the efforts of the non-profit organization Justice for Forensics for offering a 1 million rand reward to help track down the mastermind behind the two murders. Calls on law enforcement agencies to leave no stone unturned in order to bring justice to the perpetrators of this crime, and conveys our heartfelt condolences to the Murray family, friends, and relatives. I so move. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dangor. Is there any objection to the motion? There is no objection. The motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Brotteset, you will be next.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Yeah, Honorable Deputy Chair, the EFF now finally know what it's like when people don't pitch for work on Monday.
May you press, is it the motion?
Deputy Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this council notes with great concern the state of the Masinenge settlement just inland from Shelley Beach and Margate in the Rainkonyeni municipality in KZN. Notes that 882 beneficiaries from the Eastern Cape were settled there in 2013 in a transit camp. All of these beneficiaries were promised RDP housing at the time. Notes that a succession of contractors have been appointed but have failed to produce any meaningful results. Further notes that as I read this motion, only 216 houses have been built in 10 years, and the remainder of the beneficiaries live in substandard accommodation without electrification and proper sanitation. Calls on the Minister of Human Settlements to review the status of this housing project and advise this House when the project will be finished. Calls on the Minister of Cocta to cooperate with the relevant authorities in the Rainkonyeni municipality to ensure the electrification and sanitation issues in Masinenge are resolved. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? If none, the motion will be agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Next will be Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. On behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, I move without notice that this House notes that it has now been more than 1 year since the Kopanong local municipality's water supply has been reduced to 30% by the Bloem Water Board due to non-payments, and that most parts of this municipality is without water for days, weeks, and even months on end. It should also be noted that this issue was raised on numerous occasions with the Department Kogta, Water and Sanitation, National and Provincial Treasuries, and that to this point, nothing has been done by any of the above mentioned to assist the Kopanong local municipality, especially in negotiating a payment schedule with the water entity so that water supply can be restored. It should also be noted with great concern that this has a negative impact on infrastructure, it poses health risks, and it is an extreme violation of the basic human right to have access to clean water by the Blue Water Board, the above mentioned departments, as well as the Kopanong local municipality. In this regard, it should also be considered that the water board is on many occasions acting carelessly and impulsively without considering the impact and well-being of paying citizens, and that the agreements between the department, water boards, and the municipality be re-evaluated to serving the interest of our citizens. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? If none, the motion is agreed to. Then now it's Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me to rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes with great sense of appreciation, firstly, a significant increase in the number of forfeitures and enrollment of courses, alleged corruption by the special investigating units in the Hawks. Secondly, Honorable Chairperson, this coupled with the recovery of substantial amount of public funds that have been lost due to corruption represents a significant milestone in the fight against crime and corruption. Therefore, Honorable Chair, congratulate our law enforcement agencies, especially the special investigating units and the Hawks, for the good job well done. I thank Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bartlett. Is there any objection to the motion? If none, the motion is agreed to in terms of the section of the Constitution. Honorable Ryder, you are the next.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance and on behalf of my colleague, Honorable Tim Broteseth, I hereby move without notice that this council notes with great concern the state of the northern water treatment works in the eThekwini Municipality in KwaZulu-Natal. Notes that a recent oversight visit to the northern wastewater treatment works in the eThekwini Municipality revealed that the plant is working at only 15% of its capacity. Notes that the plant normally processes 50 megaliters of sewage per day, but is only processing 15 megaliters at present. This indicates that approximately 35 megaliters of sewage is not reaching the plant and is being lost between the clients and the plant. Notes that contributing factors are a lack of proper maintenance over 2 decades, and of course, the April 2022 floods that are rendering many pump motors at the plant dysfunctional. Further notes that a recent report indicated that this scenario is emblematic of the remaining 26 water treatment works across eThekwini. The same report indicated that funding in the amount of 10 billion rand is required to build back this infrastructure in order to face the challenges of the future, and therefore calls on the Minister of Water and Sanitation to make every effort to urgently allocate funding to the eThekwini Municipality in the form of a WSIG requiring controlled spending with regular expenditure reports. I so move.
The motion is there. Is there any objection? If none, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Next will be Honorable Bibi. Honorable Bibi. Bibi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to raise motion without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with concern the recent televised interview where the former CEO of ESCOM, Mr. Andrew de Ruyter, made spurious allegations of the involvement of senior ANC leaders in the alleged acts of corruption at ESCOM in Mpumalanga province. That the failure of Mr. de Ruyter to prove that he has reported the same to the law enforcement agencies in the form of criminal complaints constitute not only the failure of fiduciary duties on his part, but also expose him to the crime of defeating the ends of justice. Therefore, we call on Mr. De Ruyter to appear before the relevant committees of Parliament to provide relevant details and evidence in order to enable Parliament to determine the appropriate course of action to hold those responsible accountability. I so move, Chairperson.
Is there any objection to the motion? If no objection,
Commonwealth Parliamentarian Association.
Honorable Madlofa, can you please mute? So if there is no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. The next will be Honorable Christians. Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council expresses great concern regarding the alarming increase in the cases of rape, murder, other contact crimes, and robberies in the Northern Cape, as highlighted by the crime statistics for Q3 of 2022-2023. The province now has the second highest ratio of rape cases in proportion to the provincial population, with a massive 30.9% increase in reported cases. Furthermore, the 1,664 home robberies that occurred in the past 3 quarters alone are extremely worrying, as they translate into at least 18 home robberies per day in what was once a peaceful Northern Cape. Notes the escalating crime situation has created a sense of fear among residents who are concerned about their safety and that of their children. The recent concerns raised by the Postmasburg police in the media regarding the increase in armed robberies involving firearms in the district, as well as the shooting of a man outside a grocery store in Jan Kempdorp, further notes the lack of adequate resources for the police force, including a shortage of vehicles for patrolling and responding to emergencies, exacerbating the problem. Police stations are also facing a shortage of officers and detectives, and some detectives simultaneously working on up to 65 cases each. Additionally, the malfunctioning of the 10-111 emergency hotline in certain areas due to load shedding is also cause for concern. And lastly, it is evident that the entire police service has become a laughing stock for criminals, and urgent intervention is needed to address the situation. We call on the National Minister of Police to take immediate action and provide adequate resources to the police force in the Northern Cape in order to ensure the safety and security of all residents. I so move. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. Is there any objection to the motion? If none, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65
Objection to the insinuation that our police is a laughing stock. Thank you.
You are not objecting to the total motion.
I'm objecting, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
The motion will become a notice of motion then, because there is an objection. Next will be you, Honorable Moimang.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with concern that the Police Commercial Crime Unit raided the offices of the Mayoral Committee member for Human Settlement in the DA-run city of Cape Town, Mr. Malusi Boy, on Wednesday, the 15th of March. Further notes that according to the police, the operation was part of an investigation into fraud and corruption in the DA-led municipality, and that detectives attached to the Commercial Crime Unit executed a search warrant at the offices. Further note that electronic equipment belonging to Mr. Boy and other municipal officials and documents were confiscated for further investigations. Note further that this happened at the backdrop of police arresting 8 city officials last year as part of an ongoing investigation into tender fraud and corruption at the DA-led municipality of the city of Cape Town. Therefore, the House called on the police to leave no stone unturned in ensuring that those that are involved in this fraud and corruption faces the full might of the law. I so move, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Is there any objection to the motion? If none, the motion is agreed to.
Object.
Since there is an objection, the motion will not proceed and will become a notice of a motion. It will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Boshoff, you are next.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes that the DA in Tabachero local municipality has once again laid charges against this municipality for contempt of court after failing to abide by a court ruling to stop sewage spilling into rivers since 2011. Further notes that during the court ruling in 2022, the then municipal manager, Sipiwe Matsi, pleaded guilty to all charges pertaining to the contravention of the National Environmental Management Waste Act and the National Water Act. Notes that the DA had hoped that the ruling would serve as a deterrent to the municipality, but alas, nothing has happened. Again notes that Tabachero local municipality has also not provided stakeholders with their plan of action on how they would address the continuous sewer spillages to ensure that the residents live in a conducive environment as contained in Chapter 2 of the Constitution. Notes that TCLM cannot keep on blaming load shedding for their failures, as they have had a full year to provide the plan and address these court rulings. Calls on the TCM leadership to step up and take ownership of the court order through the upgrading of the wastewater treatment plant, aging infrastructure, and the appointment of competent contractors with the prerequisite skills. And finally, provide all stakeholders with the council resolution on their plan of action, and to also provide a comprehensive report on which rulings of the court order have been attended to and which still need to be attended to, with completion dates on these outstanding rulings. Thank you very much.
Is there any objection to the motion? If there is no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We will now call on Honorable Mokause. Honorable Mokause.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the House notes the abusive and inhumane treatment of the South African Airways staff, and further notes that SAA is one of the entities reporting to the Department of Public Enterprise. Notes that these employees are made to work long hours without proper remuneration. Note that daily allowances and subsidies were cancelled without proper consultation. We further note that these conditions hamper the services within South African Airways, as it clearly shows that the leadership there do not open any room for discussion of these issues. We call on Mr. Sean Pillay to open a space for discussions with employees, and we further call on the Department of Public Enterprise to intervene in these matters. Thank you, Chairperson.
Is there any objection to the motion? Thank you, Honorable Mokase.
Objection, Chair.
There being an objection, this motion will become a notice of a motion. We are continuing, and I'll call now on Honorable Njadu. Honorable Njadu.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House congratulates Metro Rail's effort to bring back the running of a full train service between Cape Town and Nyanga on Wednesday, 22nd March 2023. Notes that this is for the first time in over a period of 3 years since this service wasn't operational. Recalls that the train services were brought to a halt by exhautionists who demanded protection fees from the PRASA contractors, as well as theft of infrastructure, amongst other things. Believes that this service is going to bring relief to thousands of commuters who depends on the trains for traveling. Welcomes Metro Rail's commitment to security as commuter safety is paramount, and calls for Metro Rail to improve its service to ensure that trains are reliable, comfortable, and safe. I so move. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Njadu. Is there any objection to the motion?
I object.
Who is objecting?
The
Who's
Honorable Mutsamai.
So since there is an objection, this will become a notice of a motion. Next will be Honorable Lutuli. Lutuli.
Thank you, Chairperson. I write on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the council notes the rise in substance abuse among learners across schools in the country. Further notes that lezi dakamizwa ubalwa kuzo ugwayi, utshwala kanye nensango. Acknowledge that controlling substance abuse among school learners has remained a critical challenge in South Africa, as some school premises are infiltrated with these drugs. Further acknowledge that substance abuse by learners continue to be on the increase despite measures and initiatives put in place in schools to cap this. Recognize that abafundi abathinteka kulezi zidakamizwa ikakhulukazi kubonakala ukuthi iy'nkinga ziqala emakhaya na ukushoda kwe-support ekhona emphakathini. The EFF calls for united efforts to end the scourge of drugs use amongst our teenagers. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? If none, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mikalakis, you are the next.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move that this House notes that communities in Machabeng in the Free State have been without water for extensive periods, most notably Riebeekstad, which has gone without water for months now. Further notes that the Municipal Council does not honor its own resolution to pay the water board timeously, and that maintenance of the infrastructure is almost non-existent. Further notes that the problem is solely due to poor administration, and it cannot be that citizens suffer in this way due to poor governance. We therefore call on the municipality to do everything within its power to prioritize its payments to Bloem Water and to prioritize investment in infrastructure. We further call on the provincial government to ensure that it does everything within its powers, including the necessary interventions and guidance to ensure that residents have water. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion?
Objection, Chair.
There being an objection, the motion may not proceed and will become a notice of a motion. We will now call on Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I switch off my video? Chair, on behalf of the African National Congress, we note that with great shock and the gruesome discovery of a multilateral body of 24 years old Luyanda Ndosi in Durban on Monday, 20 March 2023. After he was last seen alive in Durban CBD on Friday, 17 March 2023. Also note that she recently graduated from the University of KwaZulu-Natal before joining eThekwini Municipality last year as a health and safety intern. We believe that this act of criminality and violence against women create a situation in which women and children live in fear, not only in the street of their towns and village, but also in their own homes. We call upon the community and the citizen to cooperate and partner with the police and law enforcement agency to get these perpetrators or perpetrators of this gruesome violence to books and convey our condolences to the Ndosi family, the Cele family, Luyanda friends and colleagues that to Luyanda's colleagues as well. I so move, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any objection? There being no objection to the motion, it will, there now it's agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Finally, we will call on Honorable Mulitsane.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. I rise on a motion without notice. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the council note that I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the council note that the Paul Court buildings in the Dihlabe Municipality in the Free State has been closed for renovation for a period of over 2 years now, with a temporary structure in the form of a container currently being used for court proceedings. The House should further note that the court is currently without any holding cells. Also, those who are arrested and awaiting to appear in court are kept at the back of the police vans until they make their appearance. The House should acknowledge that no renovation is taking place to date. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mulitsane. Is there any objection to the motion? If none, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. That deals with motions without notice.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. My hand
Yes.
was up. My hand was up. You noted me.
Who is it? Who is speaking?
Chair,
Who's
there's a hand
speaking?
that was up. Yes.
Who is it?
Honorable Vessel.
Who? Can the person speak?
It's Honorable Fisher. It's Honorable Fisher, Chairperson.
I'm sorry, Honorable Fisher. I don't know the way the name was pronounced. I'm sorry about that. I didn't understand. So that's why it was not something that I really noted. And I apologize, Honorable Fisher, and you may continue. I'm sorry for that because I heard vessel, but I didn't understand. That is why I'm sorry. You may continue.
Your apology is accepted. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes the emerging disastrous reality of communities and industries of South Africa, which are exposed to live without reliable water supply, which will be far worse than being without rolling power blackouts. Electricity can be generated, but water cannot be manufactured. Further notes that today an estimated 80,000 people in Rustenburg are daily without water. The almost 60-year-old rotten Bospoort pipeline and water treatment works are still not upgraded to ensure the fundamental rights of communities are restored. Access to reliable water supply, a basic human demand, is needed. Notes that the municipality failed to complete the upgrades of the plant due to an alleged 25 million rand tender fraud. Again, notes Considering a 2009 pre-feasibility study done on water supply to Rustenburg, the results indicated a major water shortage to Rustenburg in due course. Currently, water shortages have now reached a disastrous level of inhumane suffering in every house and the community at large, despite receiving water from Rand Water and Magalies Water. And lastly, notes that Rustenburg deserves the urgent intervention of the Honourable Minister of Department Water and Sanitation, who remains the custodian of water in South Africa, to restore reliable bulk supply of quality water to the communities and industries of Rustenburg. I so move. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honourable
Objection.
Person. Is there
Objection, Honourable.
may I just be allowed to request, is there any objection? Then you can object.
Objection.
There being an objection, this motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. That deals with, the motions.
Chair, I object.
It is an objection. We accept the objection.
Yes, there is an objection.
That is the process. There is an objection. Chairperson, allow me. There is an objection. If there is an objection, the motion become a notice of a motion because there is an objection. So I dealt with it in terms of the guide that is in front of me. And even if you have objected, it doesn't mean the objection makes the motion null and void. Members, allow us, please. So I will proceed now to the first order of the day. And honorable delegates, we will now proceed to the first order of the day. That is a consideration of taking Parliament to the People Report in the Ugu District Municipality, KwaZulu-Natal, 14 to 18 November 2022. I will call on the Chief Whip of the Council to, on behalf of the Presidium, open the debate, and then I will hand over to the House Chair of International Relations. Honorable Mohai.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable House Chairpersons, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister present here, distinguished special delegates. I see Honorable Selek who is visiting us once again. Honorable members, and also
he's missing us.
Special welcome to Honorable Landsman, and wish you all the best. Also, we know that she, over a period of time, was not with us, and wish the rest of the family well as well. Leaders and representatives of the organized local government of South Africa, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, allow me to express my profound appreciation and humble myself before this august House for the honor bestowed upon me by the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Amos Masondo, in his capacity as a Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, to table this report in his name. This occasion of tabling this report evokes our collective memories of sad sense of loss with the death of the mayor of the district and the municipal manager of Ugu District Municipality, hardly few days after we had accomplished the taking Parliament to the people in the district. It is therefore befitting that we lower our banners in fitting memories of their selfless service and dedication to the people of Ugu. And once more, take this opportunity to extend our heartfelt condolences to the families and the loved ones. The tabling and debates of this report comes 2 days after the National Human Rights Day, a day that represents a critical watershed and historic milestone in pursuit of the struggle against a abhorrent system of white minority domination by our people. It is a day the day that will forever remain in the annals of our history as a collective heritage of our people, united in diversity, in selfless pursuit of building one nation. It represents a collective resilience of our people to confront and triumph against all forms of adversities. Acknowledging this resilience 63 years ago, the then British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan had this to say, and I quote, "The wind of change is blowing through this continent, and whether we like it or not, this growth of national consciousness is a political fact. We must all accept it as a fact, and our national policies must take account of it. As I see it," so said Mr. Macmillan, "the great issue in this second half of the 20th century is whether the uncommitted peoples of Asia and Africa will swing to the east or to the west. Will they be drawn into the communist camp, or will the great experiments of self-government that are now being made in Asia and Africa, especially within the Commonwealth, prove so successful and by their example so compelling that the balance will come down in favor of freedom and order and justice?" Close quote. Honorable Deputy Chair, it is not an exaggeration to say, at the heart of our program of taking Parliament to the people in Ugu district in the province of KwaZulu-Natal from the 14th to the 18th November was the struggle for human rights restoration of the dignity of our people and nation building. It is so because this program focuses on lack of access to water and sanitation, public health care, education, infrastructure, safety and security, and decent housing, which is a fundamental human rights issues. The stark reality in our country is the concentration of these challenges among the African and Black majority of our people, which is born out of historical legacy of the system of apartheid, white minority domination. As President Cyril Ramaphosa said, and I quote, "We must use the occasion of the Human Rights Month, which coincides with the 27th anniversary of our Constitution, to take stock of the extent we have gone in pushing back the frontiers of human sufferings and indignity inflicted over more than 3 centuries against our people." Throughout this program, the voices of our people were loud and clear, not only in terms of the magnitude of the problems, but more importantly also, raise suggestions in terms of how the problems can be solved. This was indeed an activist people's parliament in action, together with our people taking firm charge of oversight of government in the 3 spheres of system of democratic governance. Some of the people of Ugu, after more than 29 years of our democracy, are still using bucket toilets, some fetching water from the rivers and stream, homeless, no access to electricity, no adequate economic and social infrastructure, like roads, public health facilities, and schools. Children are still walking long distances to school, crossing raging rivers during rainy seasons, and the people are not free and safe due to high prevalence of crime. These are brief cries of our people in Ugu that we have heard from them and saw ourselves. We also had an opportunity to visit various areas that were affected by floods, and we had majority of our people sharing their own experiences, frustration and concerns, and some of the work that government continue to do. However, we'll always urge that the pace should be accelerated in order to resolve these kind of challenges that our people are faced with. What came out very clear is the poor policy planning, coordination, and collaboration between 3 spheres of our system of government. This point has been flagged as well in previous reports. The poor policy planning, coordination, and collaboration between the 3 spheres of government undermines the constitutional imperatives of strengthening the capacity and support of local government by national and provincial government as articulated in Section 154 of the Constitution. The increase in interventions of provincial government and national government in municipal administration in terms of Section 139 and 100 of the Constitution is the concrete manifestation of this challenge. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, critical amongst the subjective weaknesses of our municipalities arising from the lack of support by national and provincial government are, among other, skills and technical deficits poor leadership management, poor management of interface between the councillors and the administration. The persistence of these challenges and poor support by provincial and local government are key drivers of poor planning, budgeting, financial management, project management, wastage and corruption, which together undermine good governance and capacity of municipalities to provide services to our communities. Deputy Chair, this can only bring us to one conclusion, that at the core of deteriorating state of municipalities is the poor support at various levels. This brings into sharp focus the fundamental question about the efficacy and effectiveness of the oversight of the National Council of Provinces as the only legislative chamber located at the intersection of three spheres of our governance. Critical among these questions are, do we have early warning system as an integral part of our system of oversight and monitoring to track and detect the potential problems before they deteriorate into a crisis? How effectively are we scrutinizing the annual reports on the state of local government submitted by the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to the NCOP in terms of Local Government Systems Act? And what is the efficacy and effectiveness of our system of monitoring the interventions of provincial and national government in local government? The tabling of this report and the concomitant debate will not do justice to the people of Ugu district in KwaZulu-Natal if it does not inspire hope in terms of how it is going to oversee and follow up on national, provincial, local government undertakings made during this program. The supreme test of our success as a NCOP will be the extent to which we inspire hope to the people, nothing more, nothing less. How are we going to do this meaningfully? Must begin with the restatement of the design, strategic imperatives, and methodology of the National Council of Provinces, taking Parliament to the people, to remind ourselves and the public broadly. NCOP taking Parliament to the people was conceptualized as a mechanism of public outreach by NCOP, where the three spheres of government interact with our communities around the burning questions of service delivery, development, and transformation. As currently conceptualized and designed, this program has three legs: the actual taking Parliament to the people, the taking Parliament to the people follow-up visits, and the report back session. The key question is whether, based on the experience at the current reality and the current realities, we can continue to undertake this task as usual, or do our methodologies require fundamental re-engineering in order to maximize impact? The relevant Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is better placed, or rather positioned, to undertake this task and advise and guide this House appropriately. In doing this, the committee must take into account some comments, suggestions that have permeated this debate today. The monitoring, oversight, and follow-up of the executive undertaking cannot be an event, but has to be a continuous process of engagement. Deputy Chair, one of the critical considerations of this undertaking is to agree with the sector departments to table before the relevant select committees their sector plans, clear timeframes, and measurable outcomes. This will allow select committees to develop clear plans around the monitoring and implementation plans, including calling ministers, MECs, and relevant government authorities to come and provide progress reports before the committees. The ministers are by law obliged to report to the communities about progress and challenges they are facing in responding to the challenges that face our people. This means that the NCOP as a legislative chamber must clearly define its role in the monitoring, follow-up, and report back processes to avoid encroaching on the role of the executive. To conclude, Honorable Chair, allow me to table this report as published and appreciate vibrant engagements by members of the National Council of Provinces, and also engage in a social contract with the people of Ugu district. This we should follow up and ensure that we succeed in those issues that were flagged by the community. I thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Drink water.
You may continue, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. I would now like to recognize Honorable Paha.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, honorable members and fellow South Africans, good day. During the taking Parliament to the people, we saw the mill standing dormant, and we heard from the farming community in the public submissions. The impact of the sugar tax has been devastating. Commercial farmers, emerging farmers, and small-scale farmers have all been affected. The role of the NCOP includes the review of legislation and its impact on the provinces. The health promotion levy has had a stark and devastating impact on the province of KZN. Its commendable intentions have had disproportionate consequences, and an urgent review is needed. House Chairperson, we were in a province that has been ravaged by floods to the extent that people were displaced. Shortage of water is still a major problem. Roads and bridges have not all been fixed since the floods. We need to make sure that people's dignity is restored. Crime is on the rise, and load shedding is not doing us any favors in this regard. It is therefore quite critical that load shedding is urgently addressed for the development and growth of our country. Having a Minister of Electricity, hopefully, will give this country a turnaround strategy to immediately address the challenge of electricity, especially in the Oku district where we were. But our hopes are surely dashed by the Minister of Electricity announcing that unbundling of Eskom is not a priority, going against what his governing party has pushed as one of the solutions to Eskom's problems. Our economy is depreciating, and we're struggling with the increasing cost of living with no tangible assistance from this government to assist in the betterment of people's lives, living conditions. Corruption is on a high, perpetuated by those that are meant to better people's lives within the ruling party. For South Africa, institutional weaknesses and governance failures at the municipal and national levels have weakened the ability of the state to deliver on its developmental mandate. Confronting challenges requires strengthening institutional capabilities of the state across different spheres of government, especially at the coalface of public service delivery at the local level. And that was evident in our site visits, where depreciating infrastructure was worsened by the recent tragedy that struck KZN. The premise of taking Parliament to the people, as envisioned, is to reach out to the public, Oku district in this case, to identify and hear their issues, which can in turn be escalated on a national platform. These are undertaken through platforms such as taking Parliament to the people or local government week within the ambit of the NCOP. The issue does not lie with the platform itself. They garner valuable information, but it is what happens with the information that is the problem, the implementation. This undoubtedly has a negative impact on the success rate in the report being debated today. We have numerous executive undertakings being proposed. It has been over 4 months since we have been in Oku district and had the Taking Parliament to the People program. How many of these undertakings have been executed? In the current format, we are not going in a committee system. This system would be one of the ways of ensuring that findings gathered from Taking Parliament to the People can be processed and ensure that it gets done through the work of committees. These issues are not being taken or brought to the relevant committees for follow-up and monitoring. What occurs year after year, and this is not limited to Taking Parliament to the People, is that we have a report which we debate in the House and then it stops there, and no tangible results in relation to undertakings. This stems from the fact that the executive undertakings are referred to the Select Committee on Petitions and Executive Undertakings. If the above system was followed, it will be with the relevant committee who can streamline the process of ensuring these undertakings are dealt with timeously. Good governance for programs and projects, if applied, requires a defined structure, ways of working, processes and systems to operate sufficiently, which goes back to the suggested committee system to improve the outcomes of taking parliament to the people. An urgent turnaround strategy is needed to address some of these challenges in an attempt to build a better country. ANC can turn itself around. A new government is needed, one that cares for the people that it represents, a government led by the Democratic Alliance, as you were asking. Thank you.
Thanks very much, honorable member. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, I would like now to invite Honorable E.M. Chetwa, African National Congress. Nyambos.
Thank you, Chairperson. Afternoon to all my colleagues and the minister in the House. Chairperson, 2022 taking parliaments to the people was a success because it enabled the National Council of Provinces delegates to visit KwaZulu-Natal, which the floods disaster heavily impacted. Through that visit, Honorable Chair, we got an opportunity to listen to the residents, mostly affected community, such as in Gamalake, people were coming from Gamalake and also coming from Kwanzimakwe and other areas of the lower South Coast and the entire province. One of the important tasks of the parliament is aiming to be an institution that enables the vibrant people assembly that intervene and transform society and address the development challenge of our people. It is therefore, Honorable Chair, important that the taking parliament to the people is a flagship program of the NCOP. The people came in numbers to raise their voices and listen to the interventions the government has already implemented and planned for further intervention. Climate change is no longer a methodology, but a reality we live with, and we will experience other climate changes disaster in the future. The critical question that we must ask ourselves, Chair, is we should ask if whether our government in the three spheres, the people and the business enterprises and disaster are ready. Of the significant importance is the fact that as Parliament, we did establish a joint committee to oversight and monitor intervention in the KZN, Eastern Cape, Cape Town, and Eastern Cape and Northwest. This was an important intervention, Chair, to ensure that we oversight exclusive intervention and that the executive is accountable, work with the agility to respond to the problem facing the victims of the floods. The report that the Chief Whip has just presented of the Joint Committee tells a story which requires constitutional monitoring by this House, Chair. Our visit to Uku, the Lower South Coast District, affirmed the challenge, while at the same time, we have witnessed the impactful intervention made by the government. The flood which impacted to KZN, Eastern Cape, and Northwest have led to significant destruction of basic service infrastructure. This has resulted in the destruction of school infrastructure, health infrastructure, houses, water infrastructure, and other government social services were disrupted. We must commend the government, Chair, for the timeless intervention in the KwaZulu-Natal. Social service, such as social protection for residents who receive a safety net from the government, were restored timelessly, resulting from granting recipients receiving their funds, which mitigated their vulnerability, Chair. If such services are not restored, they have the consequences of having poor people sleep with no food. The people of Uku have challenges caused by their spatial disruption, which makes many basic services not to be accessible to the communities. Communities members raise concern with health services and police services in the area because they stayed in outlying areas. More community health center, CHC, and mobile health services need to return, and more clinics need to be constructed in the community, as the current clinics are too far apart. They only operate for part of the day and are understaffed, Chair. The destruction of school varied, with less damage being repaired rapidly, while those that need comprehensive infrastructure works have been planned and budgeted for to restore school infrastructure, to enhance the teaching and the learning. Water infrastructure has impacted many communities in KwaZulu-Natal. This has led to many communities not having access to the consistent water supply, and maintenance and restoration work have to be undertaken for optimal function of wastewater treatment plant and to fix damage reticulation and critical water piping for the distribution of water. We undertook to site visit in the water sanitation basic services in the Myberg pipeline replacement project. Numerous pipeline failure have affected the Myberg water supply system due to the old and fragile existing asbestos cement, mainly pipe from the Boy area, water treatment from the Boy water treatment work to be Myberg and reservoir. The pipeline replacement major goals was stabilize the water supply mechanism and address the long-term difficulties. The project successes are that it was finished in 4 months with no obvious problem. Unless there are burst pipe, water is now always available. The construction of the new water line has stabilized the water supply and in the end has reduced the episode of community public demonstration in that area. In the KwaXolo bulk water supply project to the highlights intervention, the project has a duration of almost 24 months. It comprises 3 contractors, which are the construction of the Hanover pump station and also a 450 millimeter diameter suction line and 400 millimeter diamond raising main to the new Florida reservoir, and the construction of 5 megaliter concrete reservoir. The project success is evidenced by the fact that all the 3 major constructors have reached the practical completion stage. The dam have sufficient storage capacity that is full of utilized. They could last the surrounding community for more than 10 days during the load shedding period. Water tanker can receive purified water as a backup during a water shortage. The biggest issue is financing since the municipality infrastructure grant does not cover all of these authorized water-related projects. Due to old infrastructure, far too much water is lost. The asbestos pipeline is outdated and it should be rebuilt as a matter of urgency. Housing is another essential basic services that was negatively impacted by the floods, thus affecting many residents in KZN. The provision of temporary houses by the national government has contributed to ensure that people have shelter, but in some instances, these projects were delayed, resulting in many residents staying in a temporary shelter, such as community hall. Restoring the dignity of those impacted by the floods means that the government should ensure housing for the victim as a private resident restored in individual dignity and freedom to pursue their livelihood in comfort. The construction of the infrastructure and the restoring of basic service also requires the involvement of the community and local enterprises, which should be leveraged as part of the local economic development and empower resident and local enterprises. Government response to the KZN flood has also exposed various weaknesses in the government in relation to the disaster management capacity and technical capacity to prepare for projects on time and to assess allocated funds by the local municipality from the national treasury. The disaster response has also highlighted some of the weaknesses in our national treasury regulation, as the provincial and the local municipality did access funds promptly despite a desired need for reconstruction. The climate change disaster of flood requires the state to rethink its provision of basic services, such as ensuring that a special planning for human settlement is not in low-lying areas, which can be prone to floods and near the riverbank. Local municipalities need to enforce their bylaws and ensure that people build in safe locations. As a country, we need to begin to invest in infrastructure development, which is constructed through climate changes, resilient material. This should be able to withstand the flood and the storm. Another problem, Chair, is affecting the people in that is the problem of safety, which significantly impacted the security of the community. The two common crime categories of concern are stock theft and the drugs. Also, we must not leave out the issue of taxi violence in that area. To combat this problem, the people should be placed in the center of the response, and the community policing forum represent another key platform that links the community with the SAPS. Effort should be made, Chair, to ensure that CPFs are functioning in all ward and at all police stations in the Ugu district municipality. The government is currently considering the allocation of funds for stipend for the community policing forum. We are pleased with this fact that the police services will be increased its capacity by employing additional police, and the minister committed to the handing over of police stations which have been developed, such as Kwagamalake police stations, and I hope that police station is also going to assist in the neighboring areas such as Kwanzimakwe and other areas, and more satellite police stations. In conclusion, Chair, we are confident that the local government municipalities such as Umzwabantu local municipality, Umdoni local municipality, Reinkonyeni local municipality, as well as Umzumbe are continuously addressing the challenges affecting the community. This report, Chair, must be welcomed and supported as a means of supporting the democracy and acceleration of service delivery. The report exposes the challenges communities face. The district's development model, with further help, coordinated all the government spheres to help fast track and coordinate this government intervention. I thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Nyambose. Honorable members, we continue with our debate. I would like now to invite the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Honorable D. Mahlobo.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Chairperson. To the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Comrade Sylvia Lucas, our NCOP Whip, Comrade Mohai, all the ministers and deputy ministers, especially the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Comrade Shabalala, all our MSCs that are here, and our chairperson of our select committee, Comrade China Dodovu, honorable members, leadership of SALCOM, comrades and friends. We are very pleased, Your Excellency Chair, that the NCOP, we have decided to discuss this important matter, and the galaxies and the stars are very aligned, because yesterday, the United Nations every year had declared the 22nd of March as an International Day for Water. Equally, for the first time, the UN has made a special summit wherein ministers across the globe, they are convening in New York as we speak, and Minister Mkuno is representing us there. They are discussing the issues of water, accelerating change to ensure that no one is left behind and all the citizens of the world, they have access to water, including in our own land, because we have to be in a position to achieve our sustainable development goals, goal number 6. Equally, in our own land, Chair, we are having a water week that has started on the 20th of March, and this water week is ending on the 26th, and tomorrow we'll be celebrating that International Water Day in Northwest, in Mokwase, under Moses Kotane. When we deal with the issues that we want to congratulate the NCOP, water is a human rights issue. As South Africans, we pride ourselves that in our constitution, the right to water is equivalent to the right to life. Therefore, that's why our view that there is the alignment of the galaxies. As you all know, water is a precious resource that is essential for life, and the scarcity can have severe consequences for individual communities and the entire region. We as South Africa, we remain a water scarce country, and we need to be able to use water sparingly. The issues of climate change are exacerbating the situation because there are a number of areas in our land, especially in the Eastern Seaboard, where it is predicted and also experienced that we'll have more rainfall, causing devastation, like floods, cyclones, wherein people have perished, especially in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, in the Eastern Cape and Northwest. Recently, we have Cyclone Fred that visited upon us. But there are other areas of our land that are very dry and have experienced drought, like in the Eastern Cape, over quite some time, for more than 8 years. The Nelson Mandela Bay in Gqeberha, they don't have water. Uku District Municipality is one of those districts as Water Services Authority in KwaZulu-Natal that has a number of challenges. around the issues of management of its water resources, providing water services to its residents, and have been struggling over quite some time. Honorable Chairperson, we are very pleased that our Minister of Water and Sanitation, as directed by His Excellency, our President Cyril Ramaphosa, we are working well with the province of the leadership of the province, led by Premier Nomusa Dube and MEC Muloi, who's responsible for COCTA. They have developed a provincial water and sanitation master plan, and this Uku district is covered on that particular plan because the province has prioritized the issues of water in that area. Your Excellency, Uku is a home to many rivers, including Umzimkulu and Umzinto rivers, which are an important source where water must come from in this region. However, the quality and the amount of water in these rivers have been severely compromised by recent years of challenges, especially the pollution and the issues of drought and climate change. And Uku district has been trying its best to provide water to its residents. However, we must admit that this district does not have the capacity to ensure that there is no disruption in terms of access to water. Therefore, in terms of water reliability, there are challenges. And as I've said, the challenges are caused in the main by issues of water resource development. Remember the sources I spoke about, Umzinto and Umzimkulu rivers. They are very low on the basis of drought that was there, but at the very same time, the recent rains, things are improving. There is an issue of aging infrastructure, impacting on the reliability of supply and the water losses. Then there's an issue of the challenge that this municipality, in terms of revenue and financial viability, it is challenged. Then there's an issue around vandalism and the question of the attack of critical infrastructure, whether it's water and electricity, but also there is a challenge around the capacity in the municipality. We've done our own assessment as a department in a number of areas about whether this district has a capacity to discharge its responsibility in terms of the Water Services Act. We are supporting this municipality to address particular weaknesses around the question of infrastructure asset management, operations and maintenance, financial management, and water resource management. We want to indicate that in terms of water losses, currently they stand at 35%, and per year, this municipality is losing 525 million rands, and the performance in terms of green drop is not very good, including their wastewater treatment plants. After we have visited the area, Your Excellencies, and our own engagement with the province and this municipality, we have worked very closely together, led by the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Myself and the Minister Mtun were visited this area at a time when His Excellency Minister Zigalala was the Premier of the province. We agreed to establish a multi-sectoral team that is led by the province and all of us, and said we need to address the issues that this province is facing, especially the district. We must mention, Chairperson, that apart from that, there are technical teams, and also these technical teams are working on the ground to deal with the issues. One of the things that we're assisting this municipality is around the use of groundwater, wherein there is some projects that we're actually dealing with to deal with the issues of groundwater. And we're also addressing the issues by allocating more resources. An example, 19.3 million has been given by COCTA for the refurbishment and repairs of the St. Helens Round pump system. That, and then there's also the installation of boreholes in Umzim, Umzumbe, and Umuzuabantu local municipalities. There is also the upgrade of ESCOM power supply, especially at Mtamvuma pump station, because the issue of electricity has the biggest impact around the availability of water and the lead time in the reservoirs. Our in other interventions are part of revenue enhancement, the fast tracking of the recruitment processes to fill all the critical positions in that particular municipality, including the replacement of vehicles that were destroyed by the July 21 unrest. And there's been some progress that we are observing. A directive has been issued by the minister to bring the water board Umgeni closer to the situation to assist. One of the things that we want to ensure is the security of the availability of water there. We have said we must proceed with the Kwabeni Dam. Umgeni must use its own balance sheet so that we can do an off-channel storage dam with a capacity of more than 70 million cubic meters so that we can augment Boy Umzimkulum supply system that is feeding Koshevstin and the surrounding areas. This project will increase the yield of the raw water supply and reduce the risk of non-supply during dry periods. Equally, this dam is expected to cost us about 1.7 billion rand, and Umgeni is proceeding, and we want to finish that project by 2028. We're also helping them with the planning of projects, including Harding Wezam, Mtamvuma, and Vulamehlo regional scheme, so that we can ensure that there is sufficient water in all these particular areas. We are also doing the demand strategy and the planning that for the next 12 months, we should be able to complete. Your Excellencies and honorable members, we are working very hard because this municipality financially, it has no resources. With our own grant funding, in the year 2023-2024, 150 million rand has been made and 87 million, 7 is been made for 2024-2025 and 90 million for 25-26. Already the department alone, we are contributing 327 million to assist this municipality so that it can feed its citizens. There are a number of other projects that are going them. The non-revenue reduction project happening in Kamalahle, Harding, Betuma, Buda, and Ingelo. And that project will assist more than 15,500 households. There is a refurbishment and replacement of old infrastructure because there are water losses. The area of Boy, the Shelly Beach, and Vulamehlo are going to be beneficiaries of this project, already costing at 18.6 million, and more than 15.5 people are going to benefit. The issues of management of the billing system and revenue management, especially around the strategic areas of Market, Melwood, Mtamvuma, and Umzinto, we are implementing that particular project so that the billing systems are working. There is a pipeline replacement of an infrastructure, especially in Uvong and Oslo Beach and Shelly Beach. So the tourism potential of this municipality must be realized. Following your visit as NCOP, I want to indicate that an additional 150 million rand has been allocated to this district in the financial year 2022-2023 to accelerate the interventions you noted. These additional funds we've been able to give them because the business plans were prepared. That business plans, they are going to ensure that their boreholes, management system, Umzumbe, Umzwabantu, Renkonyeni, Umtoni, and more than 35,000 people will benefit. The refurbishment of the bulk meters and the chamber valves across the entire district to reduce the water losses. An emergency borehole program is being undertaken, especially in Renkonyeni, where 65 new boreholes are being drilled, and we are refurbishing the older ones. There is also the refurbishment of mechanical and electrical infrastructure because the asset management capability of this municipality must be attended to. The status of water resources and water services at Ukuk District Municipality remain a matter of great concern, but progress is being made and communities have acknowledged that some improvements are evident. So umnyango wezamanzi siyathembisa ukuthi-ke abantu base-Uku nabantu bakwaZulu-Natal naseNingizimu Afrika akekho esiyomshiya emumva, ilungelo labo ukuthi bawathole amanzi. Uhulumeni ka-ANC uzokwenza konke okusemandleni sifeze leso sethembiso. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Thanks very much, Deputy Minister. And the following speaker is Honorable Z. Williams, Eastern Cape, MEC, Octa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
You can continue.
All right. Honorable members of the NCOP, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Our input as the Eastern Cape in this debate on the work that is being done by the KwaZulu-Natal government in Ugu district is premised on the fact that as a nation, we're on course towards building the country we envisaged in the National Development Plan. However, our progress is uneven as we have huge developmental backlogs in rural provinces, such as KwaZulu-Natal, because of the rural nature and vastness of the province. Coming from the Eastern Cape, we can attest to some of the challenges that persist in the Ugu district, as we have two districts that are in a similar situation, and that is OR Tambo and Alfred Nzo districts. Having said that, we admire the progress that was presented by the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Dube Ncube, for improving the living conditions of the people of Ugu district. The Premier highlighted a number of high-impact programs in the socio-economic value chain. The planting season program has the potential to create 500 job opportunities through various services, including but not limited to tractor operators, crop management, and harvesting services. More importantly, the program is meant to benefit 10,209 people across the province, with women and young people the main targets for beneficiation. This program is highly critical, not only for Ugu district, but for other provinces, particularly for food security and reducing poverty. Tourism is one of the niche sectors in KwaZulu-Natal, and KZN remains South Africa's playground. The tourism sector contributes immensely to the economy of the province and employs significant numbers of local people. I appreciated hearing the Honorable Premier talking about renovations to Market Airport. The initiative will enable easy accessibility of the South Coast and the Eastern Cape Wild Coast for tourists. It also fits perfectly within the futuristic vision of the Eastern Cape Seaboard development that will be implemented in KZN and the Eastern Cape. One of the experiences that tourists like about our country is cultural diversity. We must use it to our advantage and share it with international tourists. The launch of a signature annual cultural festival along the South Coast will grow the tourism outputs of the province and lead to more jobs. We support the launch of the Smart Province initiative which included the rollout of the digital economy. I think all our rural provinces should learn best practices from KwaZulu-Natal on that initiative to move with the times in how we offer e-government services. One of the topics that dominated proceeding in the taking parliament to the people of Ugu was the issue of road infrastructure. KwaZulu-Natal has by far the best quality road. Is another best practice that should be emulated in other provinces, which becomes highly necessary these days as we are facing climate change. So our roads network must be built to the highest standards for durability. The Honorable Premier was also frank in acknowledging challenges that remain. I think all of us agree that crime in our country is rampant and must be arrested. The shootings that are happening in our communities are creating a wrong impression about our country to the international investors. Government recently added 10,000 new police officers to service our communities, and I'm certain some of them will be deployed to protect and serve the people of Ugu with my gender-based violence and femicide, infestation of drugs and other social ills. Our municipalities must also be agile in developing sporting fields so that young people can be cushioned away from social ills. Honorable Chairperson, our progress to develop our communities is undermined by recent disasters. Areas such as Umdoni local municipality have been affected by heavy loss, no loss of lives in that disaster. We must improve our response systems to natural disasters, including provision of temporary shelters for victims of disasters. Equally important is that we must be agile in helping our people to rebuild their lives after disasters. One of the lessons we must learn from natural disasters is planning properly for human settlements. Most of our communities are settled in floodplains, which makes them vulnerable to flooding. We urge our communities to build homes in areas that are approved by municipalities for building human settlements. KwaZulu-Natal, like the Eastern Cape, has been one of the beneficiaries of the rural electrification program that has been rolled out by the ANC-led government in the democratic dispensation. In the apartheid era, rural communities in areas such as Ugu were not connected to the grid, but today many communities use electricity. That program of electrification will continue to be rolled out even as we have challenges of load shedding in ESCOM. The government of KZN should also explore other alternative energy sources for its citizens, including solar. Let me close by urging the KwaZulu-Natal government and its municipalities to building state capability. There are limited resources in our country, therefore we must in-source back skills in government. We must follow that up by empowering state employees, by training them and retaining them. This will also help address the unemployment challenge in our country. Part of creating a capable state means we must strengthen coordination to promote a bottom-up approach to development. Many of our districts are rural in nature, and the district development model is the right vehicle to service them. We must make it work. Mayors must be champions of economic development. They must have customer relations because service delivery, development, and investment are implemented in their spaces. To build state capabilities also means we must develop scarce skills. We must take deliberate action in South Africa to reform TVET colleges and focus them on producing artisan skills. We must also harness partnerships with the private sector because most of the skills that left the state are in the private sector. Partnerships with the private sector are what made our country to manage the COVID-19 pandemic better. The private sector responded positively to the clarion call by the president to save lives and livelihoods during the pandemic. They even built temporary hospitals in quick time to accommodate those affected by COVID-19. We must use the same partnership to improve everyday service delivery challenges and accelerate socio-economic development in our country. This is the approach we've adopted as the Eastern Cape, and it is working wonders. We hope our input has enriched this debate towards a national effort of building a better life for our people. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Members. We are continuing with our debate. I would like to invite Honorable Mokause, EFF. Honorable Mokause.
Chairperson is Honorable Luthuli.
You can continue, but on my record is Honorable Mokause. But kubeka sana.
Ngiyabonga asihlalo usuku. Chairperson, I'd like to begin by first passing a word of gratitude to the people of South Africa for heading the call for a successful national shutdown, which was held this past Monday, where the economic freedom fighters held protest and gave voice to the frustration of our people against the presidency of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. The rolling electricity blackouts, high level of crime, gender-based violence, and lack of service delivery, which has come to define the lives of our people. South Africa currently faces major capacity challenges across all provinces, most notable in Ugu District Municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, where we took parliament to the people and witnessed for ourselves the various failures of the ruling party at building capacity and failure of delivering even the most basic services such as water, sewage, transport, healthcare, and basic education. KwaZulu-Natal currently does not drive any form of local economic development or deliver adequate services to its people because the ruling party has no capacity to speak of in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Uhulumeni wasekhaya akasebenzi kahle futhi unobudlelwano obungazinzile nabantu bakithi njengoba iningi labantu bakithi bengazitholi izidingonqangi zokulethwa kwezidingonqangi njengokulungiswa kwemigwaqo nokukhucululwa kadoti ogcwele imigwaqo yonke. Amazinga aphezulu okungalingani emagebeni amakhulu anegebe elikhulu ezinsizeni zezingalazinda, izinga eliphezulu lokuntuleka kwemisebenzi kanye namazinga aphezulu obugebengu yinto esesiphila ngayo nje KwaZulu-Natal. Izikhungo zikahulumeni aziphumeleli ngokusebenza ngendlela efanele kuwo wonke amazwe. Kukhona ukushoda kwezimali kanye namandla amancane noma angekho ukukhiqiza imali ngokusebenzisa izimali zokusebenzela intela yendawo. Izimali kanye nezindleko, imali engenayo kuhulumeni basekhaya ayanele, ayikwazi ukubhekana namazinga abalulekile obumpofu basemadolobheni nasemakhaya. Ukuhlinzeka kwezidingonqangi kumasipala waseMdoni, uMzumbi, iRenkonyeni kanye naseMzwabantu akuthembeki futhi kuphazamisa izakhamuzi ngendlela ebeka izimpilo zabantu bakithi engcupheni. Izinga eliphezulu lobugebengu kanye nokusetshenziswa kwezidakamizwa entsheni kumasipala wendawo uMzwabantu liyashaqisa. Nokho le ndawo njengamanje inesiteshi samaphoyisa esisodwa nje qha, kepha sibhekelene nabantu abawu-108,576. Ukuqeda amandla sihlalo ukuthi lesiteshi samaphoyisa esisodwa nje sishoda ngisho nangey'nsiza kusebenza ey'fana njengey'moto. Kodwa ngomsombuluko odlule sibone ungqongqoshe wamaphoyisa etshala izinkulungwane zamaphoyisa kuzwe lonke, egcwele imigwaqo, enza imisebenzi ebesingazi senzani ukuze aqaphe futhi asabise ababhikisha ebebebhikisha ngokuthula. The people of Ugu region are suffering in terms of the ruling party's flaws in capacity and inability to deliver service effectively. And there are no system in place to enable effective planning. This evident in how the province is still reeling from the impact of the July 2021 unrest, where the sugarcane sector, 65,000 jobs were directly impacted and a further 1 million indirect. It has been almost 2 years since the unrest, yet the Ugu fresh produce market, which was destroyed in the unrest, namanje okakhiwa. The Senzela sugarcane, which is the only operating sugar mill, kuleya district yaSogwini, ubonakala uhulumeni ungayunakile nje nhlobo. The mill is old and suffer frequent breakdowns, reducing its capacity, which in turn limits the volume of sugarcane that farmers are able to send for processing. Ngokuba phakathi kwakho konke, akukho ntando yepolitiki yokuqhuba ngisho nokuphatha okuyisisekelo. Kunalokho iqembu elibusayo lidlala ngamalungelo entando yeningi yabantu bakithi. Ngaphansi kwalokho uhulumeni ophethwe iqembu elibusayo, uhulumeni wasekhaya uphathwa ngendlela engafanele njengoba uphethwe abantu abaziphendulela emaqenjini abo abangaphendulu kubantu abababeka emandleni ababavotela. Sihlala kufanele sivume ukuthi njengezwe sisesimweni esibalulekile kakhulu sokushintsha intando yeningi, sibheke nezinselelo eziningi okufanele siziqondise emgudwini wobuholi obusha obuzosiqhubezela ekuthuthukisweni komnotho. I-EFF sewukaningi iveza ukuthi isimo sentuthuko kumele siphathe kanjani. I-EFF isike yakhala kaningi ngokuthi umbuso kufanele wakhe futhi unakekele izingqalasizinda, ulethe izindlu, wakhe imigwaqo, ulethe izikole, izibhedlela, futhi uqinisekise ukuthi intela isetshenziswa ngendlela efanele. Ukuthi izinsiza zikamasipala kumele zihlinzekwe ngendlela ethuthukisa izinga lezimpilo zabantu bakithi. The economic freedom fighters has on several occasions in both houses stood at forefront of the struggle for development and building of state capacity. So much so that the development of the state stand enshrined in the 7 cardinal pillars of the EFF. Chairperson, we have on several occasions demonstrated as EFF that we are capable government in waiting with capacity, and we shall continue to fight for the rights of the people of Ugu district and South Africa as a whole. Ngiyabonga.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, on a point of order, please. There are no interpretation facilities available. So please, could you have a look at that? Thank you.
And the table assistant. Okay, Honorable Member. Order, Honorable Members. Hope the table will assist us, ma'am. All right, Honorable Member. Honorable Members who are continuing with our debate, I would like now Honorable Members to invite Honorable T. Brutus, DA.
Just be patient, that comes later. Honorable House Chair, honorable members and fellow South Africans, good day. The theme of last November's Taking Parliament to the People was building an agile government to facilitate service delivery. But like most South Africans that attend this type of function, you feel like you are in a parallel universe, a surrealist fantasy that leaves you feeling like Alex in Wakanda. The Zulu phrase I used on that day was Ingi Kulambele. That means I'm confused because we were discussing agility. Agility means to go fast. Ukahamba kushesha. Okay? But this ANC government moves slowly, like a chameleon. Ukahamba nje ngunwabu. So trapped between reality and fantasy, everything seemed to be happening in slow motion. We visited site after site, saw the same despair, the same frustration, heard the same lofty promises, and heard the same visions for a shining city on the hill. The President of the Republic topped the show, and what a show it was. Instead of commenting on the critique of the opposition, he warmly congratulated all the acolytes and sycophants, and then proceeded on a long, slow history lesson starting from 1652 to 1994. And then conveniently forgot the bit where his party governed for the past 28 years. He forgot to mention that in the year 2000, his party led a government in Ugu district that had perfectly functioning water infrastructure. He then failed to mention that in 23 years, his same party, through neglect, incompetence, and deep diving into corruption, managed to wreck that infrastructure to the point where the water shortage is an everyday reality there. Since November 2022, despite the protestations of Deputy Minister Mahlobo, no results are being yielded. If you speak to any resident of Ugu, they will tell you they haven't had water for 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. It's a reality. The president also forgot to mention that since 2000, the roads have been neglected in Ugu to a point where you have to dodge the bits of tar in a Donga ditch gravel road. Since November 2022, none of these roads have been resurfaced. The president also forgot to mention the complaints from numerous participants in the hearings that they no longer felt safe in their homes. He forgot to mention that under his party's rule, the saps have been defanged by neutering the scorpions and replacing them with a hawk in a cage that looks fearsome, but basically is harmless. The party ensured that the Crime Intelligence Division became the Crime Indifference Delusion, where no one has a clue what to do next, or they do have a clue, but they don't care. All this translates into criminals having a sense of impunity that they are untouchable, which right now they are. All this happened after 2000, but the president conveniently forgot that. And he was not the only one. The MSCs and members of this house joined in the praise singing. I normally like praise singers. I like the theater. It's great theater. But I detest praising an indefensible lie. The biggest praise singer was the new premier, who painted KZN as a magical kingdom replete with unicorns, rainbows, and pots of gold. Her latest loony idea, announced at SOPA 2023, was to issue every resident with a panic button. You cannot make this stuff up. A panic button that no one will respond to. Aibo. The equally sad part of the charade was that the ANC branch members had been bussed in to shout down any dissent, any pesky deviation from the scripted narrative. This chorus certainly did not like the inconvenient truth of the Mgani municipality, where the DA duo of Chris Papas and Sendile Mnikati are currently hitting home runs every week. The president became grumpier and grumpier when I pointed out the massive increase in indigent support, increased support for small businesses, increase in jobs. In fact, the only thing decreasing in the DA11-led government in Mgani is interest repayments and corruption. This really angered the president. This little upstart municipality with its young, cheeky DA leaders had dared to declare that the emperor had no clothes. How dare they? But then as I left taking parliament to the people, I tried to sum up the experience of where you are moving really slow, but you think you're moving really, really fast. Because that is what the ANC is always on about. They do not understand what the fuss is. They think they are moving at the speed of light, like supersonic heroes on a rocket ship to Mars. The rest of us see a chameleon, slowly moving ponderously along with massive beady eyes and a tongue, long tongue, to tell lies and to eat. That's what we see. Then I realized on the way home, I finally realized what the problem was. And anybody who has used Nsango or opiates will know what I mean, because you feel amazing while you are falling apart. And also you're thinking, you're moving very, very fast when you're actually crawling along. So the question is to the ANC is, how high are you? How high are you? It is clear that the ANC is high on its fumes from its own hubris, but highs always end. And this one will end in 2024. Ilanga liyashona kwi-ANC. Siyabangena.
Thank you, honorable member. Yakuba Kautule. Honorable members, can we continue with our debate? I would like now to invite Honorable B. Kele, Minister of Police, African National Congress.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the day. Fortunately, this debate of Ogu, angiyifunde emaphepheni. Ngumtsinsi wokuzimilela. I'm born and bred in this region, yes, in a place called Mzumbe, Fairview. It's just 12K away from the town of Potchefstroom. I grew there for most of my life. I grew at a place where I thought that not having electricity as an African is a norm. I grew at a place where I thought that going to bed hungry was a norm for people. I grew at a place where I used to walk 13 kilometers to school. I thought it was a norm. I grew at a place where there was no water for us to get before you move away donkeys and cattle to get water. I thought it was a norm. I thought it was a norm. I thought it was a norm. Chairperson, that region is one region that got many, many graves of the people we know. That's a region where on 25th December 1995, 19 people were killed on a Christmas day. That's a region where I spent all my life running around with pastors there, trying to find the space for people to sleep and eat because we're displaced by gallivanting people with guns, killing people supported by the government of apartheid. I come from there. That's a place I know. But Chairperson, having said so, well, I wouldn't mind for people to defend the indefensible, to defend apartheid, to defend people that did not regard us as human beings. I would not be at Potchefstroom City Center after 8. I was reminded that I was a migrant. I had to move out of the city. That's a place, and I can't defend it then, I can't defend it now. Can't be fine, you were not there, and you will never had that experience of being told, including now, where we are told in Western Cape, that we are immigrants even now. Thanks very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity to address the Guest House on matters of safety. I wish to commence my address today with a reminder of the importance of the buy-in of the communities in overall fight against crime. The events at the start of this week have further demonstrated the importance of community partnership in the overall strategy of law enforcement to keep South Africa safe. Country has recently come from a difficult past where lives were lost and property was damaged, business was shut down, and chaotic scenes unfolded for days on end in July 2021.
the KwaZulu-Natal province was the worst hit. Indeed, we have taken lessons from our past, and the biggest lesson has been to nurture and guard jealously the collaboration between the police and the communities at large. Phoyisa iphoyisa ngabantu, umphakathi umphathi ngephoyisa. On Monday, the collaboration between law enforcement and various stakeholders and community formations triumphed over threats of anarchy and lawlessness. Let me take this opportunity to thank all communities in all our provinces for working together with the law enforcement to prevent loss of life, injuries, or damage to property. The first prize has always been the protection of life, and we have got the prize on that. No life was lost on that particular day. The Constitution directs the South African Police Service prevent, combat, and investigate crime. Police are instructed to maintain public order, protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic and their property, and at the same time uphold the Constitution and enforce the law. SAPS will continue to execute their mandate. It is therefore a non-negotiable that everyone has equal access to policing services. Members of this August House, when Parliament went to the people in the Oko district of KwaZulu-Natal, safety and security came out sharply in the public. Community members in attendance at the historic taking Parliament to the people didn't hold back, as they made their demands clear on what policing should look like. They spoke of slow response time of the local police, despite the presence of the satellite police station. The Oko district had a total of 16 fully fledged police stations, 2 satellite police stations, and 1 contact police community service center. Work studies have been completed for the satellite police stations in Murchison, in Potchefstroom, and Tsilima, Lamont in Margate area. The establishment of these satellites will only be activated and soon as the land is available. There is a dire need of support from Community Policing Forum to increase the policing footprint. In our response to the crime concern raised, we agreed that policing could not be a nice place to have, but a police service must be enjoyed by all, no matter the geographical location is. That availability should be there. What was clear during the community engagement was that a multidisciplinary approach is needed to tackle the crimes ranging from stock theft, drug abuse, and even taxi violence. This is why, following the parliamentary sitting, this ministry led a community imbizo on the 28th November 2022, together with the management of SAPS and Harding, there where we have managed to increase the presence of the police after the matter was raised by the community, together with more cars that we have delivered there. This was to further delve into the safety and security issues of communities and put in place short and long-term measures on how to improve policing and bring service closer to the people. It was imperative to rope in stakeholders to support the work of the police and extend community intelligence as well as community policing. During the engagement, community members raised a number of issues that included police corruption, hikes in murders, assassination, proliferation of illegal firearms, house robberies, business robberies, and poor service delivered by police. Whether in Oko district of the Sarah Batman or anywhere in the country, the police must be responsive. That is why this administration has prioritized the capacitation of the SAPS and its specialized units. In a second year running, the SAPS has recruited 10,000 police trainees to join the police service and bolster the number of police in our police station, increasing in the SAPS footprint in our communities. Project 10,000 has seen the injection of funds to train and an unprecedented amount of police recruits to address staff shortage in SAPS. The additional 10,000 officers that will start training on the 1st of April will surely improve visibility, which we believe, if it is sustained, can halve the crime situation. 1,701 of the project 10,000 students who were recruited and trained have been deployed in KwaZulu-Natal. 924 of the new constables were allocated to the public order policy. 61 are now investigating crimes committed against women and children have become the members of the FCS. 20 of the officers are working at the serious and violent crime unit of the SAPS. 996 officers were deployed to 184 stations across the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and 45 of them have been sent to Ugu to serve there. The capacitation of South African of SAPS is further supported by the internal mechanism to ensure that SAPS functions optimally. We are confident in the decision to introduce Operation Vulindlela to address obstacles of delays in the execution of operational service delivery commitment. Operation Vulindlela in policing will be intensified in addressing challenges within 10,111 centers. This involves the massive recruitment drive and technology advancement to bolster the unit's work. The intervention speaks directly to the equal access to the policing service. The building and maintenance of police stations to improve access to police service by victims of crime is also being prioritized. The introduction of GPV's desk at all police stations has also improved the service to victims and survivors of gender-based violence. Communities in the Ugu highlighted the slow response of police officers to their crime concern. Unfortunately, this is not unique to that part of the country. That's why we are responding and taking on board all issues raised in that particular Imbizo. The response times of police is largely, we are working on that. In this regard, the improvement of the functioning of SAPS, garages, and other things to enable the fast and quick response we're working on. The improvement of the turnaround time for fixing of damaged vehicles to improve the situation. The improvement of critical units within the service, such as crime intelligence and detective services, is underway. This is to ensure police work more effectively, are fit for purpose, and well-resourced to decisively deal with the crime. In response to the crime prevention in Imbizo, the SAPS has adopted a district development model approach and allocated personnel to deal with 5 policing stations in area, namely Market Police Station, Kamalake, Potteruru, Ezngoleni, and Hati. The Ugu district has always been under our radar. As the SAPS, the district has been on the focus. We have been dealing with issues of taxi violence, which is prevalent there. We have met the Taxi Association in an effort to address causes of the crime. We are also pleased that there have been arrests and the suspects have been arrested in that area. One of them is doing 105 years. We have noted the instability in some areas of district caused by water shortages, where we spend more of our resources dealing with those matters. The skewed allocation of policing resources in the inland area of KwaZulu-Natal is being addressed through SAPS internal interventions. Chairperson, every police station in that province and that region is along the sea. You move from Port Edward to Margate to Southport, Hipadin, Umzumbe, Uzinto, they're all, everybody built the police station there and they forgot that there were people that were living inland. We are trying to fix that to a building police station in the inland now. Chairperson, in conclusion, the country's officers in blue have and must continue to improve their service to South Africans. In some same breath, communities need to take charge and the allies of safety. We are inviting and mobilizing all communities to form partnership with the police to make life better for them. How? Okay. just want to speak to them. Anyway, I don't even know them. I know they are leaders. I don't know them. So we will work on correcting these things. We will make the service there serve everybody. As I said, that I grew up thinking it's a norm not to have electricity. We do have it now. I thought it was a norm to wake up very early to get clean water before cows and donkeys come. We do have water now. I thought that it was a norm to walk 13 kilometers to go to school. We do have transport to take our kids to school now. At least life for some of us has changed. For those that have enjoyed better life for all of us, they would not know where we come from. We know where we come from. So that's why we'll work harder, that the future is better than where we come from. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Order, honorable members. Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, there was a complaint about the interpreter. I'm told that they are still fixing it at 4th floor. But when I check mine, only 0 that is working. Other languages are not working. Thank you. Honorable members, we are continuing with our debate. I would like now to invite Honorable LC Bibi, African National Congress. Mama.
Ngiyabonga
sihlalo wendlu. Ngaphambi kokuthi ngiqhubeke nale nkulumo mpikiswano. Bengicela ukulungisa la kumhlonishwa uLuthuli. Ethi ukhukhula ngopha wabo ebebenziwe eshadani kwezimpumelelo. Bekungenjalo. Ngoba uMagaye bephezkwabo bazamela amathaya aba 1000 akukaze kushunqe ngisho elodwa ithaya ingane zakwethu besebenza nje kahle zonke izinto zihamba ngobumo. Salute Magaye, umsebenzi omuhle owenzile. Bese ngiza kumhlonishwa uThim, hayi umhlonishwa uThim msuhlekisa ngosizi lomuntu omnyama. Ungasho nje ukuthi iprovince elihamba ngolokhuzana ngonyawo lonwabu uyintweza uzusho kanjalo. Kusetshenziswe kuleya province. Upremier wethu uNomsadube Ncube ebephezulu ephansi phezulu ngikhuluma nje amaningi insapho zakhona zihlale emahotela, bahlale emafletini. Ngikhuluma nje owakakhokha nabo bonke ngisho nowamaphoyisa uHlomuka bahlangene bawumbimbi baqikelele ukuthi yonke into eyenzeke eyikhukhulo ekanjalo. Ehlekisi ngomuntu omnyama ngoba namhlanje siphezukweni nankaunti nophatha kuze kuthi amen. Senza izinto kokhonto nizenze kwasekudala. Sihlalo. Taking Parliament to the People is a flagship program of this House. The National Council of Provinces promotes public participation, whereby ordinary citizens, men and women, from the urban street, from the corners of the rural areas, can and ensure they interact with members of this House. Also, they can interact with ministers from national department, MECs, provincial departments, and councillors from local municipalities. Raise their concerns on the issues of service delivery affecting them and their communities. Internankaze niyenze leyo indlu emhlophe kodwa namhlanje abantu bakithi bayakwazi ukuthi nangu uhulumeni la ekhona. Honorable Chairperson, taking Parliament to the People is not the only mechanism that ensures public participation. Members of the public are able to write petitions to national of the province legislatures and are again able to interact with members of the legislature during the oversight visit, including their participation in the legislative, by making oral and written submission on bills before committees and parliament and through the public conducted by this parliament. Into engakazi ize yenzeke kulo hulumeni omhlobo. Kuba benza ukuthi sibasabe kakhulu singasondisha ukusondela. Kodwa lo hulumeni kaKhongolose uyazi ukuthi wonke umuntu kufanele ukuthi asondele uhulumeni uze zonke izinto zihambe kahle. In addition, Chairperson, government receives its mandate from the electorate through the ballot box and not by any other means. In 2019, when the manifesto of the African National Congress called upon the electorate to help grow South Africa together, the majority of the South Africans responded in affirmative and said yes to the African National Congress and gave it mandate to govern. This is a mandate that cannot be undermined by illegitimate means, section 59, 72, and 116, 1B in Constitution of the Republic ensure that there is a facilitation of the legislative framework that only ensure public participation, but gives it a guarantee. The program of this House of taking parliament to the people is the province of KwaZulu-Natal has indicated to us to centralize land and aggregation reform in helping to grow our economy, in helping create the much needed job opportunities in line with the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Chairperson, Ugu District Municipality faces several challenges related to economic development, and these were highlighted by members of the public. The main crop in the district are sugarcane, bananas, which are under threat due to the lower crop yield and increased production and transport costs, and including competitions from neighboring countries, as well as the impact of climate change resulting to severe floods. Small-scale farmers, especially women farmers, have indicated challenges they face in terms of adequate support from government in relation to access land, input, mechanized service, and fence of the communal land. It is well known that women continue to face the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Chairperson, the outbreak of the COVID-19, the 2021 July unrest, compounded by impact of climate change and the outbreak of the war between Ukraine and Russia have exacerbated some of the challenges faced by women farmers in the rural areas. The government support farmers through voucher program to enable them to buy seeds, fertilizers, and other farming equipment like fertilizers. And this has contributed to the cultivation of more than 650,000 hectares of land under cultivation. Chairperson, we have also noted challenges raised in relation to the lack of training and membership for young people, enable them to enter the agricultural industry, and also farmers of agribusinesses owners. The DALT has a National Rural Youth Services, NARYSCC program, which provides skills development and training opportunities to the unemployed youth people from the rural areas in various fields such as agriculture, construction, engineering, entrepreneurship, including life skills, mentorship, and leadership. Njengoba sazi indlu yethu yonke njengoba sila namhlanje, umuntu omnyama akazafundiswe zonke lezo skills lezo. Koko kwakuthiwa masihambe sibe uthisha noma sibe onesi kuphela. Besifihlela ukuthi kanti umnotho ula enhlabathini obusetshenzwa yithina. Chairperson, we acknowledge the need for the expansion of the program to accommodate as many young people in order to help stimulate agricultural productivity, and help in the diversity of the rural economy. The benefit of government programs such as NARYSC will not meet our high expectations of challenges related to access to market by small-scale farmers in Uku District are not attended to with the required agency. Chairperson, farmers in Uku District need access to see agriculture, produce, and contribute to the growth of the economy and the job creation. Challenges of access to the market faced by the farmers have indicated a greater needs for collaboration in all three spheres of government. The African National Congress has its 2019 National Elections Manifesto, committed towards dismantling of agriculture monopolies. This commitment can be achieved by increased government support towards rural and small-scale farmers, allocated the grants to the provinces. We took note of all challenges raised in terms of fair distributions of agricultural land reform program remaining critical to the development of an inclusive and transformed economy. One of the pillars of the country's land reform policy is land redistribution. The African National Congress has resolved on the acceleration of land reform using land redistribution program in order to ensure that there is equitable and fair distribution of land. That has developed a beneficiary selection and land allocation policy. This policy gave preference of land allocation to women and youth in order to ensure better land governance and land administration practices. Government has developed special planning and land use management act, which is PLUMA. This piece of legislation provides for public participation in the spatial planning and land use management process and requires municipalities to consult with the public and other stakeholders. This is African National Congress. When developing special development framework and land use schemes, SPLUMA aims to promote sustainable and equitable development, as well as to ensure that land use decisions are made in the public interest. Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, we have also noted challenges related to lack of funds to assist agricultural projects in order to uplift their business. The development of industry master plan are critically guiding growth and development of economic sectors concerned, and they are designed to support the revival of the relevant industries so that it can attract investment from private sector and to create new jobs opportunities. We have also paid attention to the farmers' challenges raised in sugarcane industry around the impact super tax on their operations. One of the critical areas of need is around rural infrastructure development. One of the objectives of the ERRP is infrastructure-led development. The community in the Luoku district have requested assistance in terms of reconstruction of the collapsed bridges due to floods, the tarring of roads, and support in terms of fencing their communal gardens. Investment in the development of these rural infrastructure, which will create employment opportunities for unemployed women and youth. By so doing, we create an enabling environment for rural urban market linkage in terms of agricultural and agro-processing, supply and value chain. Chairperson, we are pleased by the response and commitment made by the government to disperse funds to small-scale farmers and business affected by the floods to establish a business center to improve the townships and rural economy, to provide financial support to the informal traders, and to come back to address challenge related to equipment and agricultural support. In conclusion, Chairperson, we will continue to exercise oversight and hold the executive accountable to commitments made during our program, taking Parliament to the people in the process, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Ngithi phambili, ngeKwaZulu-Natal phambili, niwenzile umsebenzi wenu, ninikeziwe imali, nayenza, niphezu kwakhona namanje, bangangigxeka abanthandayo, kodwa nje okumnandi lokhu ukuthi konke nikwenze njengokufanelekile, nasebenzisa imali ngobuqotho ngendlela eyiyo. Ngiyabonga sihlalo mhlaba.
Thank you. Thanks, Honorable Mama. We're continuing to our debate. Now, I would like to invite Honorable N. Hatebe, Inkatha Freedom Party. Bungane.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Taking Parliament to the people in Ugu last year was a true reality check. The government's failure to provide water is not because there is no water, but because government projects are not completed. We had numerous accounts of reservoirs being built, water pipes being installed, but communities still left without flowing water, with councillors reportedly blaming the lack of water on the steep slopes of the land, as if those who live in the mountains were somehow excluded from service delivery. That is disgraceful. We heard the Honorable Minister of Water say that they will invest not less than 150 million to try to solve the water problem in the Ugu region. We continue to wait and see if that promise will be fulfilled. This government is infamous for its unfinished business. This was proven time and time again as individuals bravely stood up to tell their stories. For example, in Umzumbe, numerous housing projects were left incomplete after their foundations were dug. This was recorded to have taken place in Inkosicele, Wadeshula, and Inkosu Hadebe in Nkwazi, and Tlangwini and Intlalwane. The people also highlighted the problem of inadequate and unfinished roads in the region. The road that was promised to be paved long ago from Tutu to Tumukunya in Mdoni Municipality is still blocked by a wall. Floods washed bridges away, and they are not repaired. This is not only inconvenient, but dangerous, as individuals are unable to access schools, employment opportunities, or healthcare services. We also heard heartbreaking stories of communities that are plagued by crime. Both theft and violent crime happens in daylight under the noses of police. In Mtwalime, finding dead bodies is reportedly a common occurrence. In Harding, people were shot during the day, and despite police presence, nothing was done and no one was arrested. Women are raped every day. The people of Ugu and the surrounding areas cried to us for help. We must respect the stories and participation of our people. The NCOP Taking Parliament to the People Week reminded us that issues of water, housing, crime, and infrastructure are not just technical issues. These problems represent people with names and stories and hopes. We cannot let the bureaucratic responsibility of providing parliamentary services and administration to our country blind us to the live reality of the people we are here to serve. Nevertheless, the IFP accepts the report. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Bungane. Honorable members, we continue with our debate. I would like to invite Honorable R.N. Kapa, Deputy Minister, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity you have offered me. Can I rise and greet the Chief Whip, the Deputy Chair, and all leadership of this important house, which is the National Council of Provinces. Amandla ama-province wethu uNdlunkulu. Ndiyanibulisa kakhulu. Ndiphinde ndibulise kakhulu apho nivela khona, where these members come from according to provinces, as well as your people in your villages. I actually appreciate the moment of being able to communicate directly with them. I also want to greet Salga, which is my home before I was having this one. When I actually acknowledge you, I want to remind you of the miles and miles that we have covered. We can hear, I'm not saying meters or kilometers, I'm just saying miles, because when you started, we had a fragmented SALCA that could not coordinate these departments, that could not agree easily with the policies that will improve women wasekuhlaleni. As I say that, it is today that we are having one SALCA of South Africa instead of a Wetanaloka or a Kwanaloka, KZN, or and so on. Today, we are one structure which actually unifies your approach in working with us. And I appreciate that you have done so much, including the latest national summit that you had on rural development. I must also ndibulise kakhulu kubantwana bezilo apha KwaZulu-Natal nawo wonke amakhosi, ngoba sikhuluma ngendaba zokulima, which is a Zulu culture, an African culture. Sizokhuluma futhi okufika kweinkomo nokunye nokunye. Yingakho ke ngithi anginibulise khona sizokwazi ukuhamba kanye kanye. Uma ke ngizothatha inxaxheba ngizoparticipate in what I was invited for. This invitation came from the great programs of our NCOP, that of going and meeting those whom we claim we have actually serviced or given a project. Also to actually listen to them through their public participation, and at the end, visit those projects and listen to the beneficiaries and give us guidance as to what next, or how much should we stress ourselves in order to serve those people. We thank you for that. I was participating. That is why the minister decided that I come here. It is because I was part and parcel of participants who visited Ikeja farming services, where we had a farm that was acquired from government through a lease arrangement, and a fund of 2 million was actually given to those farmers. However, their banana, as we saw it, together with the leadership of NCOP MPs that were there, was very good. What was not good is that the storms had actually ruined the rural road there, and depriving, therefore, us as government and our farmers there an opportunity to have a fresh, green, healthy fruit in the form of banana. Secondly, the storage was not good at all. And then I will, at the end of what I am outlining, give the House, the NCOP, give them what we committed when we were with them in the mass meeting where we were actually having public participation process. We are very worried because that project is really upcoming, but we will actually declare once we have finished the report insofar as what we saw as experiential learning and also what we promised to those communities. At the end, I will also respond to a very important question, Madam Chair. That one, what she's saying, have you been able to make any follow-up as a department? I will definitely touch that one. Thank you very much. As I go forward, we also visited a farmer production support unit, a strategy that has been established before, but it was, as one member has said, we are slow. We are slow because our communities also can't be left behind. We must hold them by hand and work foot by foot in order to leave nothing behind and ensure a sustainable arrangement. Maybe we should actually declare that we are using a way of a board that is we build together with the communities. We try to operate together with them and train, and at the end we will transfer and move ourselves out. Going forward, this particular project has tractors, though not enough, but because that land is not farms, there are farms here and there, but the land is also customary or communal land, which therefore is not enough for a big intervention. So it has to be that community under that traditional leader and that community, and tractors in the process are not able to master the hilly area that I'm talking about. But at the same time, there was a structure which of course we think we need to find another way of making it look like what we designed and not what has been established. And the consequence management on that is the issue that the minister and the DG are actually looking into it, whether it was lack of skill or whether there was a way of dodging issues here and there. But we can't pronounce on that now, but we make it heads up that we were not 100% happy with what was happening, particularly that it was difficult because the distances were too far. We had to go back and also to the chickens and also to meet at Ikeja, and lastly to the public participation. All what has been said here in terms of what our people said to us, I fully agree. I fully agree with what was said. The one was our approach, because we are approaching an unbroken system that will talk from national, from province, and from the district municipality. Quickly, we were able to listen to the MEC for agriculture in KZN. And then I had to come in also and tell our own story amongst our people. And going forward, we made some commitments because the issue of theft and crime was actually a big matter. We have a safety and security strategy that we had cooperated with staffs to be able to come with that approach to deal with farmers. But it does not really talk to customary land or communal land. And we are actually asking SALCA and others to help us amend it so that when we take it to you, honorable members, you are able to see that black and white rural communities under traditional leadership, not only rural as farms, has also been covered. Quickly to say, we agreed that we need to ask communities. I ask you, honorable members, help us develop our systems beyond the CPF, but groups, community groups that are focal groups that will always be available, give information for all of us, even in horses, be able to be on the ground and support our communities when this devil bedevils them. Forward, the issue of a tax, a sugar tax, this process has been followed through, because when we were there were people with placards actually assuring us a peaceful one to say, guys, Tina, we are oppressed by this tax issue. So now the process is with the Minister of Economic Development, on Minister Patel, but I can't divulge what we are discussing because indeed it's a departmental matter. He will come out and give information when he's ready to do that. But some great work is being done with regards to sugar tax. The minister actually went on to be able to assist us produce a master plan for ezankukhu zase-Rainbow, zaziphazanyiswe zinkukhu zase-Brazil. We have now a master plan that must be taken through to our communities so that they can apply, we have actually prepared that menu for our people. We also have a sugarcane plan, a master plan as well, so that we take this up so that in future we don't complain about tax and that. Mancela uxolo bantwana begazi, cela uxolo kule ndlu sithetha kuyo. Ngalento yenzekileyo kunangona ingatshiwongo apha ndifuna uyitsho kuqala kuba thina kwela sebe singabantu abafuna uthetha inyani singulo rhulumente. Upesi lo akahambanga kakuhle kuba ezinye bezi-approva kungade kuthengwe ngazo zi-expire njalo njalo upesi angamniki lo singazi uba kungobe benga-approvelwa ngani zingaki ihagu neenkukhu zilambile. We have taken a decision to transform that. We thought we were digitalizing agriculture by ensuring abantu bayakwazi uzi-aplayela bengadlulanga mntwini, empowering them. However, our problem was that it was not perfect in actually being implemented. Manje sesizohambela indawo kakhulukazi indawo zamakhosi sifike khona aba-approvayo bezo-approva abe khona ke nobaba nomama basuka kulezi ndawo basho ukuthi unazo inkukhu akanalutho lo akadede elayinini kungene laba abazamayo silekelele bona nabantu futhi abasha sibabeke phezulu. I-training sekukhulunyiwe kakhulu amalunga amakhulu la kulendlu futhi kukhulunyiwe nakulo wamkhandlu esasikuwona kukhulunywa ngazo indaba ze-training. Cha la KwaZulu-Natal kule la sikhona abantu abaya kwi-training district municipality yase-Ugu bawu-8 abayofunda zona skills ezihlangana ne-tourism ne-agriculture mari bayi-40 bayi-72 uma behlangene abase-KZN yonkana ngoba inani esinalo baya ngoMeyi inani esinalo liwu-4,500 okusho ukuthi for the entire country. Kodwa la besibathiphayo ngoba sibaqalise emajonini uNarisek National Youth Development la baqala kwi-discipline azi umuntu uzovuka noba engazi ukuthi uyaphi namhlanje kodwa angalali ilanga lonke ngoba engena-task. Babe abantu nje abaqotho abalindele ukusebenza noba kunini. Masidlulela phambili sikhuluma ke manje nge-approach le yokuthi Sihamba kanjani? Sihamba nge-DDM. Le district municipality esikuyona namhlanje is a south coast of KwaZulu-Natal. Uma nje ufuna ukuza la, kala manje ngoba ngo-April i-sardines run izobiqalile. La kusabambe kumoya mangibhekile ukuthi uhle kanjani la sikhona e-South Coast. Uyabona the rolling hills, the valley of 1,000 hills. There's nothing ongeke uyitshale la, umhlaba unonile. Ufuna thina singene kuona futhi singene nge-organic. Ihlahla zakhona nanokuthi this area is in a manner that the groups and cluster of settlement calls upon us to not to redemarcate, but rather ensure that we use land.
As you conclude.
Yes, madam. Thank you very much. Ngifisa ukuthi ke okukhulu konke besikukhulumile sizokwenza futhi ukhona la ama commitment ayenziwe uDeputy Minister Chapha kuleya meeting akahle kakhulu akhuluma nje lezi zinto esezikhulunyiwe oba kuhle uma sidansa uma sicula isicathamiya uma sicula uma sikhandi uma sibheka intombi le ndawo le futhi uthi ikhule ngeculture. Siyabonga bakwethu, siyayithanda niyithande nayo ipriority kamongameli ukusukela ukuba ukhuluma ngegwala district municipality, ugu district municipality, Alfred Nzo district and Overtam, all along the coast, the longest coast in the country. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't defy. It was
Thanks
that
very much, Honorable Member.
Alibongwe. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mama. Honorable members, we continue with our debate. I would like now to invite SF Detroit, FF Plus.
Dankie, agbare voorsitter. Agbare voorsitter, taking Parliament to the People 2022. Was it really about the people, or was it just another ANC political rally? During Honorable Masondo's opening remarks, he highlighted the mandate of the NCOP and also indicated that the NCOP is there to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account. He also said that the purpose of the sitting of the Ugu district in KZN was to interact with the people and to involve them in shaping the future of service delivery to communities. Chair, how ironic. The Ugu district have been dealing with service delivery issues for years, and the people have been without water for years. Councillors, MPLs and MPs have been reporting to the NCOP and the NA for years, but their cries fell on deaf ears. Even before the 2022 floods, the Freedom Front Plus through the National Assembly's Kochta Committee pleaded with the minister to intervene, but to avail. And now, Honorable Masondo wants the people of Ugu to assist in shaping the future of service delivery. Maybe not so ironic, as it is tragic, since service delivery in the Ugu district have been lacking for years. When the ad hoc committee on floods and disaster visited the district in 2022, many service delivery issues were identified and pointed out. And all of a sudden, government seemed to care when the SABC and the Newsroom Africa cameras were nearby. Chair, I find it strange that this area in KZN was chosen to be the host of this event. Never before have government showed this much interest in the people of Ugu. Never before have government engaged with these communities in the manner that they did in 2022. Why can this be, Chair? Is it because the Honorable Ramaphosa realized that he needed support from KZN province to survive the December 2022 ANC conference? Is it because Mr. Mkhize had yielded from that province of the sea and mountains and sugarcane and also contested the elections? One can only speculate, Honorable Chair. Dieselfde is ongelukkig ook waar van die Noordwes-provinsie in vorige jare toe die ANC interne konflik moes stem. Die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies se oorsigbesoeke en komiteevergaderings was gereël waar tydens groot beloftes gemaak was, maar te vergeefs. Sodra 'n kruisie getrek was, het die moontlikhede van beloftes en beterskap van dienslewering onder die Afrika-son verdamp en finansiële vog het in kaders se koffers gekondenseer en het daar vergader en toe verdwyn. Onderspandering van fondse vind steeds in die Noordwes plaas. Groot Mariko se rioolaanleg stort steeds daagliks miljoene liter riool en daar is steeds geen gevolge vir die persone wat in beheer is nie. Dieselfde geld vir die Ugu distrik. Die afwesigheid van dienslewering ten spyte van miljarde rande wat spandeer word, was eers op apartheid blameer. Daarna die 2008 finansiële ineenstorting, finansiële tekorte en daarna die internasionale COVID-inperkings in die naam van beskerming van menselewens en toe die vloede en sogenaamde aardverwarming en nou fiskale inkrimping. Chair, never the ANC's poor governance, the lack of service delivery, high crime rate and killings of the cadre deployment as a result of the failure to govern effectively. The root cause of the problem has always been avoided, blame shifting, always someone or something else. Taking part in the Parliament 2022 was the start of the ANC's 2024 electoral campaign at the expense of the taxpayer in South Africa. Rural development in municipal areas is lacking and neglecting to develop according to SPLUMA guidelines and prescripts. Human lives were lost, infrastructure damaged and destroyed, and developmental programs undermined. It's time for the ANC parliamentarians to feel what the people experience on ground level. Water supply issues are real in Ikageng, Potchefstroom, Makwazi Hills, Sunnieshof, Ditchabotla, Mamusa. At this moment, roads are being closed as a result of lack of water. This doesn't only happen in the Ugu district. Come 2024, the people can exercise their choice at the ballot box. They will choose between crime-ridden, thirsty children at the dry trap or a change in government. In closing, Chair, without being melodramatic like the minister, Honorable Shirley, you said that as a child you couldn't visit the city centre after 8 because of apartheid, and you thought it was the norm. Well, Minister, in 2023, we as South Africans can't leave our houses at night because of crime, because of the ANC, because we are not safe, because you failed the country. Your failure doesn't only affect a specific racial group, but the whole country. Minister Cele, you might think that crime in South Africa is the norm. We, however, will not accept it. South Africa deserves better. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honourable Member. Honourable members who are continuing with our debate, I would like now to invite Honourable V.R. Shongwe, Mpumalanga, MEC, Community Safety, Security and Liaison. Honourable Shongwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and all presiding officers. Let me take this opportunity to greet also all members of the NCOP and ministers that are part of this debate, as well as my colleagues, all the premiers from different provinces. It's a very honor to be part of this debate today, which emanates from the taking parliament to the people that took place on Ugu District Municipality in November last year. I was also part of that particular outreach program, which for the first time in this government of democracy, the government is going down to the people, not people to understand that government is in Pretoria or Cape Town. The government go direct to them. That particular concept, I think it's a concept and a platform that makes us to be able to interact with our people direct rather than to get reports. Honorable members, we all know the challenges of crime and gender-based violence and femicide that our country continue to face from time to time. And it is understandable that today we are talking of the statistics because the government of the day is transparent. These things were happening during the apartheid time, but they were not revealed to the people of the country, except only to the Black people. So that's why I want to say this particular platform must be properly used to educate and to interact with the people rather than to politics, to politic for 2024. Let us talk from what people told us when I was also part of that. And we can't overlook what the government of apartheid did to this country, because the infrastructure that is here today is equal to the real population of this country in different provinces, rather than in the past, which those infrastructure and all resources was meant for the minority people of this country. And that cannot be overlooked. And I want to say, even the leader of the then National Party, the late F.W. de Klerk, may his soul rest in peace, before he passed on in this earth, he apologized for the behavior of the then apartheid government to the Black people of this country, not only Black, but also Indian and colors of this particular country. Many people have suffered at the hands, and others have sadly paid their lives, while others have disposed of their belongings. And I want to congratulate the Minister for Police for openly reporting quarterly the real statistics of this country, so that we are able as provinces to tap into that outcome and make sure that our strategies and plans are informed by exactly where our hotspots are and where our challenges are in our different provinces. And I want to say, let us make sure that we all work together rather than to politicize this particular outreach program. We have noted challenges of crime in the Uku district that were raised by communities last year. On the same time, when all of us were there, we were all listening to our people. All these things that politicians are saying today, ukuthi babantu government ihamba ngonyawo lwenwabo, people have not said that. People have not said that ANC is failing them. It is people from the opposition that are saying that on behalf of the people. Let us be honest, so that when we engage in our different tables, we engage with an honest and truthful issues. These challenges, amongst others, include infrastructure at police stations, stock theft, police not attending adequately to communities, resources at police station, and issues relating to infrastructure as well. And all those challenges, we understand them. And no one here can deny that the SAPS in the province and the Ministry of Police does not build police stations themselves. It is delegated to public works. And then you must ask yourself whether public works do have capacity to respond on time in some of those infrastructure challenges. Some have also called on the government to look into giving stipends to members of the CPF. As the ANC-led government, we have on various communities here how our people complain about crime, and we respond accordingly. I think when you come with an outreach program in Mpumalanga, we will all be together in making sure that what I'm saying today on the ground is what is feasible. We are not happy. That is why we have come out with various programs to combat crime and also to make sure that those committing crime are put behind bars. And the minister have put it in numbers in different areas. Some of the people that are behind bars because of crime in this country. And I must say that we must all work together, and in my province, Mpumalanga, to deal with crimes and to deal with challenges that we're facing together in the state of the province address by our Premier Mamre Film Mtsweni. She have incorporated the most popular program in the province, which is called Overall Friday. That entails visiting taverns, visibility of police, and to bring all security cluster together and work together in making sure that we have roadblocks. We educate people about road accidents in our province and all that. So the GBVF, it's a priority in our province, and we're making sure that we leave no stone unturned. It's just unfortunate that some of this particular crime is happening within in-house, where police cannot, do policing on daily basis as to what is happening there. Sibona imizi kuthunya intuthu sithi kubasiwe kuyaphekwa kanti sometimes kuya-abuzwana ngalapha ngaphakathi. So we want to say as province, let us work together and adhere to what the State of the Nation address from our president said. There are no easy solution to any of these challenges. Together with us, we are all leadership here. We don't have bystanders here and complainants. We have leadership that must contribute in making sure that together, these people that are voting for all those parties that are sitting there in the NCOP are getting what have been promised by all of us here together. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, MEC. Thanks very much, honorable members. We are continuing with our debate, but before, I would like to invite our Deputy Chair, Honorable Sylvia, to take over. Mama Sylvia, take over on number 14, Honorable D. Ryder, DA.
Thank you very much. Honorable the Ryder, you may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. As we visited KwaZulu-Natal for the Taking Parliament to the People program, the compounding economic impact of the numerous hardships that the people of KwaZulu-Natal have faced over the past years became obvious to me. The impact of the COVID-19 lockdowns was evident in the degradation of the hotel where we stayed. The province that depends on tourism has seen some of its crown jewels lose their sparkle as the cost of maintenance exceeded their income. The impact of the floods was in evidence as well, as road closures dotted our route from the airport to the hotel, roads that had been washed away and now await construction. The impact of the July insurrection was evident too. Closed shops which once housed mom and pop family businesses, and the burnt out wreck of a shopping center as we flew over Pietermaritzburg. Even worse was the distrust in people's eyes, evidencing the reversal of our social cohesion projects over 30 years. The polarization that Zuma and his Gupta handles started with Bell Pottinger culminated in this mad act of insurrection. The impact of the sugar tax, too, was seen and heard about during our deliberations, as we heard of the impact of the closure of sugar mills on the small scale and subsistence sugar farmers. All in all, a picture of people struggling without the help of their government. In fact, sometimes in spite of their government. I decided to engage with the community members who had come out in their numbers, and I made my way during the lunch break to talk to the ordinary South Africans at the back of the hall. But they weren't ordinary South Africans. They were ANC branch members, bussed in for the day to sing the praises of their political masters. How hollow to fake an entire public participation, to bring in the sycophants to sing for their supper, while all around them, their homes crumble. What a dastardly act of self-preservation by a governing party that has given up and now squeezes the last shreds of dignity out of their dwindling supporters. Honorable Latuli this afternoon wasted time thanking those that came out in support of the EFF's shutdown. Really, Honorable Otuli, there were so few that you could have phoned each of them and you would have saved speaking time in the debate today. Minister Cele has unfortunately left the room, but he had much to say today about his background in Ugu. Why then has he been part of the neglect of Ugu for the past 30 years? Ask the people of Ugu if they think that crime is being well managed. I did. They don't. He agreed today. Minister, you create false enemies that don't exist. Apartheid was a crime against humanity. We agree. ANC government, though, is not doing much better. Minister, you told us today about the changes that you made after your visit to Ugu. Tell it to the select committee and then explain to them why it took so long. Explain to the select committee why other areas don't get the same. Take Parliament to all the people of South Africa. Optimize crime fighting. That is your job. Taking Parliament to the people was a disappointment for me, as I'm sure it was for anyone else who arrived there hoping to engage meaningfully for the benefit of our country. It was a talk shop in an echo chamber. Far better to use the time and money on something that really makes a difference in the lives of South Africans. Honorable members, we owe it to South Africa to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. As we continue with the debate, we will now call on, Honorable Mkiva. I suspect Honorable Mkiva will also be the one that will be concluding the debate because Chief Whip had to leave the gathering. Honorable Mkiva.
No, manibulele mbhexeshi walendlu ibaluleke kangaka kweli lizwe lasemhlabuhlange. Ndizibulisele kuwe, ndizibulisele nakusihlalo noba ukhona noba kekho, ndizibulisele ku-Chief Whip njengoko ethe wavuthulula umbethe xa besiqala le ngxoxo-mpikiswano. Ndibulise kumalungu onke alendlu akhoyo namhlanje ayizimasileyo ngeziqu zawo nalawo athe asebenzisa ubuxhakaxhaka bale mihla ukuthi bangene. Ndibulise kubaphathiswa abaphakathi kwethu bakandlunkulu nabaphathiswa bamaphondo. Ndibulise nabemi beli lizwe, ndithi kuni nonke ndiyanibulisa emva kwamini nje egameni lesicamagushelo lesihlwele seli lizwe. Molweni. Ndingena apha sekutshotshelwe entla kwimiba eyayamene nokuthatha ipalamente siyise ebantwini. Ndiyanqwena ke sihlalo into yobana ndihlahla indlela ndizawuluma nakulwimi lasemzini lesilungu ngelithi taking parliament to the people is in tandem with the character of the ANC, the ruling party. The ANC runs a government which is a government of the people. One of the things that we have to do from time to time is to go and interface with our people so that we can understand and have a sense of what is obtaining at grassroots level, so that we have a full appreciation of what takes there, so that we come up with clear solutions that, amongst other things, also have views of the people that we represent. So our interaction with the people also takes the form of us taking this parliament to the people. We know that this is a new thing, which is part of the new South Africa. It is part of doing things right, doing things that are people-driven. Because in the past, there was no such an opportunity of taking this parliament right in the middle of nowhere, even in the most remote rural areas of this country. Taking this parliament there, obviously, it helps a great deal to strengthen and enrich our approach as we seek to come up with solutions to challenges that are faced by our people. And I want to emphasize, Chairperson and honorable members, that our approach is very clear. We're not going to be borrowing solutions from Europe or from elsewhere in the world. We think that there's enough wisdom, there's enough thinking in our own country, wherein our solutions should be Africa-centered solutions, because we're dealing with African challenges. And therefore, we have to be on point in terms of solving the problems of our people. Those like Honorable Ryder would think that the exercise of taking parliament to the people is a mere ceremonial affair. Well, he does not understand. That is why when we were at Ugu district, him and his colleagues were using private transport rather than transport provided by parliament, because they are sitting in the ivory tower. So they might have been talking to some people, but I guess they should be talking to themselves, because maybe they were talking to people who don't necessarily reside in the rural communities. But we were there. And as we went there, we did not only go there as members of parliament, we invited correctly members of the executive. Well, we also invited districts as well as local municipalities, because we believe that an integrated approach in interfacing with our people is very key. And we did that consciously, so that we don't reduce taking parliament to the people into a talk shop, but as an exercise of taking away some of the suggested solutions that are coming from the people themselves. That is why, Chairperson, when you see between what we had and between the interactions that we had with the people on the ground, and now we have already made strides and interventions. So we're not coming here today on the 23rd just for mere reporting that we went there and we came back, but we're actually saying that there are clear interventions that have been made by respective departments. The Deputy Minister of Water Affairs and Sanitation here makes it clearly that there is an allocation of more than 150 million that is dedicated to Ugu District Municipality to deal with water issues, which are a big challenge. We know and we prioritize the issue of water because water is essential. People use it to wash, to cook, to do everything. That's why former President Nelson Mandela, may his soul rest in peace, said we should not take water for granted. We continue not to take water for granted, and that's why it is a priority to us. And we go beyond that, and also we are building boreholes as part and parcel of our intervention. So I'm saying that we're doing work already. We have done so much already between then and now. Secondly, the Honorable Bacher makes an insertion here that says that the ANC is not is an organization that does not want to turn around, which is totally untrue. Honorable Bacher, I want to tell you that the DA that has hired you to be a member of its own party in this parliament is only using you, because the DA is a remnant of an apartheid strata. It exists to maintain the status quo wherein all the resources must remain with the white people in the white communities. And the ANC, in contrast, is a dynamic organization. It embraces everybody. It employs non-racialism, non-sexism, and it advances a united society in South Africa based on democratic principles.
Honorable Kiva, can you allow? Yes, the point of order is?
The point of order, Chair, is that the Honourable Makiva made a comment about the Honourable Bacher, saying that he was hired by the DA. I believe that that casts an aspersion against the character of Honourable Bacher, who is actually a duly elected public representative. He has no contract with the DA. He is employed by the Parliament of South Africa. And I believe saying that he was hired as if he is somebody's tool is casting an aspersion on his character, and I ask that that comment is withdrawn. Thank you.
Honorable Brata said we will definitely follow up, because I don't have, where I'm sitting, I really don't have the insight now, but I think we will have to follow up, and can we, before the end of today's deliberations, can we then come back to you? Please, can the table look into that specifically, because we know we are not allowed to cast aspersions, but can we just be clarified? You may continue, Honorable Kiva. But I take the
honorable member, for instance, who have just raised a point of order, which is not really a point of order. talks about
Honorable Siva,
single.
can you continue with your debate and allow us to preside? Continue, please.
He makes an assertion that the ANC members of parliament are high, and as a result, they don't see what is actually happening on the ground because they are smoked and they have consumed marijuana, as he says. And I want to tell you that perhaps that's you who is high, because at all material times, you are prophets of doom. You cannot see even the goodness which is happening on the ground, because it is the ANC government that has done everything to better the lives of our people. We have built houses of our people. We have brought running water into our communities. We have electrified, irrespective of the location, all the homes of South Africans, including those who reside in rural communities. Guess who is high? If you cannot see what you are seeing, then it means really we are wearing big dark sunglasses and you are unable to see what is seeable. As I say, Honorable Chairperson, Ugu district is one of the districts that is rural in this country, and we took a conscious decision that we go there in line with the district development model, which has been employed by the national government to ensure that we mainstream the basic needs that are required there, so that when we make an intervention with a clear understanding of the terrain that we're dealing with. The people there are not sitting down waiting for government to spoon feed them. They have taken initiatives. I can tell you that I went to Ward 14, where Umam Tombeni has taken a project which has been funded by the KZN government, and it employs more than 30 people. And now it has a greater demand of customers from all over the world. They are producing things that are made by them from their own community with their own hands, from agricultural products, from facial products, and so on. And that is a growing, this is just one example. So the issues which are faced by our people relate to access to finance and access to markets. And what we do as government is to encourage that our institutions of state must make intervention over and above creating an enabling environment for our people to do what they can do for themselves. Ugu district is a district that is endowed by a beautiful landscape and a wonderful plateau. They have an oceans economy, and all what we need to do is to support the people of that region and ensure that we unleash the potential that is entailed there. The Honorable Deputy Minister responsible for rural development and agriculture has spoken to this, that the people there need support insofar as agriculture, insofar as tourism, and insofar as oceans economy. And we're making that intervention not only from a national government point of view, but even the province is making serious intervention. If you check, Chairperson, in the last 25 years, and you can compare between now and then, there is a big difference in what is happening in our communities right there. So, Chairperson, as I conclude, I want to talk to the opposition to say that destructive criticism is meant to take us away from the ball. It is meant to defocus us so that we must not continue to do what we're doing. They know that they represent the wealth that is ill-gotten wealth. And what we are trying to do as the ANC government is to ensure that we fight inequality, we fight unemployment, and all other ills that we have in this country, including crime. The police minister was with us there, the Honorable General Begitele, and he outlined the plan. And we can safely say that we are winning the war against the criminals. We are winning the war against the killings that are happening in KZN. And we have full confidence in our police force that we will meet the targets which have been put across by the Department of Police. Therefore, we are a government that is at work, and we are a government of the people, and we shall not disappoint our people, even though others are making a lot of noise in order to create a state of hopelessness. But we are here to help, we are here to lead, and we will definitely turn the corner and better the lives of our people. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable delegates. That brings us to the end of the debate. But we shall now call for declarations of vote before we proceed to the voting. And I shall now call on provinces. If they want to make a declaration of vote, they can indicate by the raise your hand function if they want to make a declaration of vote. If there is no declarations, we shall now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the report be adopted. And I shall now call on provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape? Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape iyavuma.
Free State?
Free
Free
State
State?
vote in favor of the report, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Gauteng?
Gauteng in favor of the report, Deputy Chairperson.
KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal iyayeseka sihlalo.
Limpopo? Limpopo? Limpopo?
Limpopo agrees.
Thank you, Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga supports the report, Honorable Chair.
Northern Cape?
Northern Cape supports the report, Honorable Chairperson.
Northwest?
Northwest support, Chairperson.
Western Cape?
Western Cape supports.
Thank you very much. The voting is now closed. All provinces have voted in favor of adopting the report. So I declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, honorable members. And thank you very much for the people of Ugu. It was really a very beautiful and nice experience to be there in Ugu. And I hope we will be able to respond to the needs and the areas of concern of the people. Now, honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the subject for debate. That is a debate on water infrastructure investment, building viable water infrastructure for sustainable and reliable water to the communities. Before I will call on the Honorable Deputy Minister, let me also just on behalf of us as the NCOP, congratulate the newly appointed Deputy Ministers and all the different departments, but particularly the Deputy Ministers of Water, that is so aptly now representing the department, since the Minister is representing us at the United Nations. I should say, whilst I was still in the province, Honorable Maklobo, I was in the United Nations for the CSW, and we met the then Deputy Minister there, and we went as a whole country to support him whilst he was busy doing his input in the water debate. So it was wonderful to represent our country there, but we must know water is a worldwide challenge, the issues around water. It's not only in South Africa. So I will now call on the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Deputy Minister David Mahlobo, to open the debate. Over to you, big brother.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Comrade Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Comrade Silva Lucas, all the chairperson, the Chief Whip Muhai, and our chairperson of our select committee, the ministers and the deputy ministers, especially our Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Comrade Judith Shabalala, and all the MSCs that are here, and honorable members of the NCOP. In introducing this debate, Chair, I will take a particular issue so that we're on the same page. Because in terms of water, we must answer certain questions while we are responding to the topic we have raised. I want to remind honorable members that water is the most critical national resource to humans and on the earth. Without water, life will not exist on earth. It is an essential for many processes in the human body, including digestion and circulation, and it makes up a large percentage of the human body. Water is crucial for our survival, Chair, and has been an integral part of our lives since the beginning of time. Water is a human right in our country, as it is stipulated in our constitution and other laws. That's why we say water is life and sanitation is dignity. To realize the objectives set out in our South African constitution, our North Star, the Freedom Charter, the National Development Plan, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, including the Sustainable Development Goal, Goal number 6, for inclusive and sustainable network industries, they will continue to constitute the bedrock and catalyst for economic rejuvenation and renewal. Our investment on both social, economic, and environmental infrastructure has been reaffirmed by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa and the Minister of Finance during both SONA and the budget. And we have been directed as a ministry to act decisively with all our partners and urgently address the matters of planning in the water sector, development of infrastructure, implementation of major interventions and projects, and the management of water and infrastructure as a critical component. Our report from the South African Institute of Civil Engineers indicates that the assessment of the current condition of South Africa's public infrastructure, including water, the conditional assessment indicates that as a country, we do have a good relative network industries, but signs have emerged that our solid foundation is being threatened due to inadequate investment and poor management of the current asset, and further deterioration with huge financial and reliability implication. We must indicate that the ANC-led government over the last 29 years of our democracy has done well to expand access to water to all South Africans. As we speak now, Honorable Deputy Chair, South Africans are 94% access to sanitation, but also 84.6% access to sanitation. However, we are the first to admit that more needs to be done on the basis that there is issues of reliability and availability of water due to a number of reasons that I will come in. But access to these services, including access to economic opportunities for water for millions of South Africans that were deliberately excluded by the apartheid and colonial regimes. Our population as a country has grown exponentially since 1994. We're below 40 million. Currently, we stand around 62 million. And then there's increased levels of migration. Our GDP has grown, and there must be a consideration to be placed on issues of adapting to climate change imperatives. We know that we have been hit by droughts in certain parts of our country for a number of years, but we're also being hit by floods in a number of our provinces. And we need also to take advantage of technological advances around issues of investment on reliable water infrastructure. The question we must ask ourselves as South Africans, do we have sufficient water? Our message is to say that South Africa will remain a water scarce country, and the water availability in our land is unevenly distributed, and only 8% of our land is being covered by water. Mainly, we share our water with the kingdoms of Lesotho, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and many other countries, so that we can be able to augment the little water that we have. Therefore, the surface water, there is that relationship between us and the neighboring state where we cooperate around issues of water. And we continue to be able that even the deficit we have will be able to bring water from those countries. Our country has a number of dams that are more than 5,000 dams that are there. And these dams, some of them, they are registered, and some of these dams, more than 4,300, are in the private hands. But there are issues of availability and the storage capability, because this water in the main is in the dams. It's only 5% of the country's storage. But us as government, we have more than 323 dams, which constitute about 6%, and we hold a lot of these ones. Our combined capacity in terms of the storage of water in our country, we have 31 million cubic meters per annum. The current yield of surface water is very at an acceptable level, and it also gives us assurances, Chair, that approximately 10,200 million cubic of liters per annum are available. The water supply in our country, honorable members, we must know that the current is in the balance with the existing demands on a national scale. However, we must be able to say that because water is unevenly distributed in our land, there are certain water systems that we must be worried. One of that water system is the one in Gauteng, called the Integrated Vaal River System. If we don't move, Chairperson, with the issues of the phase 2 of Lesotho, by constructing of Polihali Dam, Gauteng by 2030 will have a lot of problems. Therefore, Gauteng, which holds the biggest population, and in terms of our GDP, a very sensitive system, we are going to be increasing the capacity of our bulk infrastructure by bringing more water from these other countries, but at the very same time, implementing water use and conservation measures, because there's a lot of wastage. But currently, as I speak, the system is adequate. There is no shortage of water in terms of the availability of the source. The other system is the Crocodile West system. Due to the increase of the return flow from the northern Gauteng and impacting on the northwest, we need to be able to address that particular component. The other source of water, Chair, we have a lot of groundwater in our country. We have a volumes about 19,000 million cubic meters per annum, and about 5 million of those cubic meters is available for exploitation. And about 3,000 million cubic meters, they also can be used in our country. Therefore, in terms of groundwater, especially for rural provinces, we can be able to use groundwater. Groundwater together with surface water, the return flows from treated waste systems, and the desalination, especially for those provinces around the sea, are of other poor quality, such as acid mine drainage, especially in the Vaal, in Mpumalanga, and the other areas. We must be able to deal with this one. Our policy remains, Chair, is a water mix. We use groundwater, surface water, seawater, including recycled water. Therefore, in terms of availability of the source, we're still fine. But if we don't move with our major projects to ensure that there's a sustainability of infrastructure, we can have a problem. We have reconfirmed that it's a constitutional right for all South Africans to have access to water, including the benefit. And we've done well in terms of doing that. But our challenge as a country over time, we have not been in a position to match the population growth and the growth of the GDP to be in tandem or to be more exponential and be ahead around the investment in infrastructure. The question of climate change and issues of innovative ways are very important that we need to do. But there are still communities, we must admit, that there are backlogs that we must also be able to deal with. But as I've said, the lives of many South Africans have improved on the basis that water is available. We must also address that, Chairperson, that the infrastructure, the way it was designed, in the main, the apartheid government designed it, that it can only cater for those people in the mining sector. That's why we are having 14 systems that are feeding Gauteng, because there was a mining boom and water running through KwaZulu-Natal, and without people getting water from Woodstock, water running through a Free State, through the Sterkfontein Dam, without getting water, water running from Mpumalanga, everything coming to Gauteng. And our policy, it says it must stop. No water infrastructure must go and pass a number of communities. We have challenges, Chairperson. Some of the challenges we have as a country, there are issues that we must be able to deal with, issues of development, operations and maintenance, and refurbishment of the existing infrastructure. We must now build up regional bulk infrastructure as part of the GDM so that various communities, even if they are separated by the municipal boundary, but they must be able to deal with that. We're also addressing the issues of water allocation reform, because in the main, most of this water is being used by agriculture at the expense of our communities and sometimes by industries. We are also fast-tracking and completing all our major water infrastructure projects that have been delayed. We're also developing surface water resource for new infrastructure and transfers. We are exploiting the groundwater source and where possible, implement artificial recharge. We're also promoting water reuse and recycling. An example of a water use where it has happened in Limpopo in Khalakwena, wherein a mine was able to use water that is from the effluent. They said to this mine, we're going to need from this municipality to give us that effluent water. We're going to build a wastewater treatment plant. And these are some of the good examples of partnership. We must look at the issues of desalination, especially in areas that are next to the sea, but also blending down to water so that we can be in a position to use. Water harvesting, very important to look at. The last point is that South Africa must start to use water resources and infrastructure for the production of energy. We know now that in the main we're struggling with power generation. And when there's no power, we can't pump water, it gives us problems. But there are a number of dams that we have. The raising of Klein Williams dams, the Zanini Dam and so forth, we can be able to raise that hydro, that particular pressure when it can turn the turbines. We must also be able to produce it through sewer and sludge. Production of hydrogen gas that is needed for our economy. Promote agriculture, sports and recreation and culture for all our infrastructure issues that are there. What we are doing now, as I can indicate, there are a number of projects in various municipalities that we are addressing. In the Eastern Cape, for an example, Umzibumvubu is back on track after delays of many, many years. We know that the president has announced and funding has been made available. All the primary work at Ntabileni Dam is being undertaken. We know that there is Komari Dam that is also happening, dealing with the issues in Nelson Mandela, including the issues that were being dealt today, working with Kucha Dam. We're also dealing with the question of the raising of Dua Weya in the Eastern Cape, so that the Butterworth district in the Eastern Cape, it can be able to survive. Free State, there are a number of projects. We look at the Harib system, the pipeline, so that Mangaung does not have a problem. Currently, we are intervening in Machabeng because of the vandalism of infrastructure, sewer running in the street, working with Mayor Khalifa. We are pleased that more than 2 billion rands around addressing water challenges, including the sewer challenges, are being addressed in that particular area. In KwaZulu-Natal, we are supporting in terms of the Hazelmere Dam that we have concluded the raising there so that eThekwini can have water, including the aqueduct that was affected by the climate, the issues of the floods that were experienced. The Hooded Throw and Together Transfer Scheme, we are on track to conclude this one. So the areas in the north, like Richards Bay, we don't have problem. But for future sustainability, issues of Umkomazi, that will feed about 5 districts in KwaZulu-Natal, we're addressing that particular matter. Last week, Minister and Deputy Minister Shabalala, they were in Umkanyagude, where you have the Pongola Port Dam that is being lying there, not being used. We have done the necessary infrastructure. We are supporting that particular district, and there are many other issues. In the great province of Limpopo, the issues of the Wop Dam. You know that the Wop Dam was built by this government, working with the private sector now. We are pleased that the Libalelo Water Use Association, we are working with them to ensure that communities of Sikukune, the communities of Peter Mukaba in Pulugwane, until Mhalakwen, that partnership is actually working and projects we've started, including the Ebenezer scheme. Our Giani project, we are actually about to conclude so that those communities can have water. In Pumalanga, various initiatives like the Loskop Dam, the contractors are on site to benefit the communities of Tembisile, JS Moroka, the communities of Mutse and Elias Mutsualeti, including the entire Skupune. We can name all these others, including here in Hersibande, where a dam is being built for the communities of Umkondo and Chief Albert Lutud. In Northern Cape, partnership with the mines, working very well on that biggest pipeline. So those communities there, they can benefit through our partnership. Phase 1 has been completed. In the Northwest, we are working with the Premier and the MEC because there are challenges of Northwest, but we are pleased working with the mining sector, especially in Matibeng and Minister Mantashe, to ensure that those communities are supported. The issues of Klein Williams dams, the issues of Cyberberg, we're all dealing with those issues in the Western Cape and the projects that we have done. In terms of going forward, the department is looking at issues. How are we going to do in terms of funding of infrastructure? We've created a water partnership office working with the DBSA, but also the budget infrastructure facility in the Department of National Treasury. TCTA has been at the forefront engaging with business, ensuring that most of our bulk infrastructure projects that can give us the water assurance for the next 10 years at about 128 billion rands, they continue to do that work. But TCTA is going to work together now in a form of a new entity called the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, where we will bring our construction unit, use our balance sheet and the capability to go to the market and raise the necessary funds that are required. Our own water boards using their own balance sheets, we know that they've been working so hard, especially in Gauteng. We know that Rand Water will be spending about 28 billion rands to ensure that Gauteng infrastructure challenges, especially Ekurhuleni, we have concluded the Vlakfontein reservoir, but we're also dealing with the Zekerbosch and the other pump stations that must be filled. And those water boards are doing an important work apart from intervening in Etemfuleni. There's also private sector funding. I've made the issue of the Balelo Water Use Association in the mines in Northwest, the mines in the Northern Cape, but more importantly, we also work with a number of organizations in terms of research and technology, our water research institution, but also our CSIR arm. We will continue to support municipalities around issues of design, and also more importantly, the issues of water use licenses. We are very pleased that we've done well and unlock the economies. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Am I still chairing? So
We are
next
chairing,
is the
Chair,
Honorable
I'm done.
CFV Smith. You may continue with the debate. Honorable CFV Smith.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, fellow South Africans. Before I start my speech, I need to respond to the Deputy Minister because it's good that he mentioned Mogalakwena and what's happening there. I see that he missed to mention the 260 million rand that gone missing on the same sewer treatment plant that the mines are doing now. He also missed to mention the contracts that was signed for the grey water supply to the mines that is basically subsidized by the communities and the ratepayers of Mogalakwena. So I hope he's going to make those contracts public so that all of us can see what happened there. Honorable Chair, our constitution is very clear about our basic rights as South Africans. It is deeply carved into the Bill of Rights in Section 2 of the Constitution. One of these basic rights is to have access to sufficient water as prescribed in Section 27, subsection 1B. Chair, the people of this country are strong, resilient, and over-patient people. humble, thankful, and understanding. But we all have limits. Balapile. They had enough. Chair, the people of this country are, we must be conscious about the fact that 29 years into democracy and many empty promises, election after election, millions of South Africans are still having their basic constitutional rights withheld. We must be conscious of the fact that the people of Pudiagopa in Mogalakwena and the people of Tikiline in Blouberg are still drinking water with animals out of riverbanks they dug, or a spring in the middle of a main gravel road, respectively. But Chair, what is even more concerning is the fact that the number of people with water crisis are not decreasing, but instead rapidly increasing. People not only have to deal with load shedding anymore, it is more and more common for people to live with water shedding as well. Often small towns like Mokopane and all the surrounding areas sit without water for days, even weeks, and are left to fend for themselves. Beyond this inconvenience it is detrimental to especially the poor who cannot afford to buy water by the bucket. Then there is the impact on business that cannot operate nor expand and cause economic retraction and job losses, while we are sitting with an unemployment crisis, especially amongst our youth. A good example is the mining sector within the boundaries of Mogalakwena, where there are great opportunities for the richest platinum reef that cannot be exploited at full capacity, as there are just not enough water available. This can squarely be blamed on this ANC government that does not deliver on their promises for more than a decade now to finalize the Flag Bashilo water bulk project. Again, promise, they are busy with it. They are busy with it. This is thanks to the previous Minister Mokonyane and her feeding frenzy entourage, where billions have gone missing. Then the pipeline from Nondoni Dam to Makadu and surroundings that has now been redone for 4 times already with inferior and substandard materials at a huge cost and still can't deliver the needed water. I kid you not. There are sets of pipelines laying next to each other as monuments of corruption and incompetence. We must also address the water losses as billions of rands due to illegal connections, water theft and leakages. In fact, in some municipalities, there are even up to 65% water losses to these factors. I really hope the minister answers my question this time, as he failed, as the previous minister, in fact, failed to respond to my letters and questions about the water crisis due to load shedding at the Lepelle water processing and pumping station at Doringdraai Dam. I just submitted a question on the cost of water losses at each municipality. Now I know the ANC will again go and look for some excuses to justify the fact that they dismally failed the people of South Africa and blatantly lied to them election after election. Babucha maka. They will use climate change as an excuse, or drought, or Jan van Riebeeck, but excuses they will have today. And I tell you now, as that is all they have to offer. Well, let me tell you, today the people of South Africa had enough, Now, no wonder the Futsek ANC, hashtag Futsek ANC are trending all over the length and breadth of this country. Well, there is the other side of the coin, where the DA is in government. When we took over Nelson Mandela Bay, we immediately implemented the strategy and action plan to address water losses.
Honorable Member, your time is up.
No, I've got 27 seconds left, ma'am, sorry. Where the DA is in government, when we took over Nelson Mandela Bay, we immediately implemented strategy. Losses were saving the municipality millions that can be used to deliver better services to the community. In Lephalale local municipality, where we took office in November last year,
Smith, one
with
moment.
only 3 councillors in a council of 29, due to ANC factionalism and greed, our Mayor Councillor Nico Pinar, known as Martinez of Lephalale, immediately implemented a strategy with a clear plan to address water losses. Thank you,
Honorable
Chair.
Smith, can we have there is a point of order. There was a point of order.
Chairperson, just a point of order on this. You've told me that I must conclude when I was at 1 minute left, and then you told me my time was finished when I had 27 seconds left. I checked it.
I didn't say when you had 1 minute left. I said as you conclude. Now you are running away for the point of order. So, honorable member, you still want to continue?
Yes, I do, Chair. The level of arrogance that Honorable Smith is showing to us, the chairperson, cannot be accepted by this House, firstly. Secondly, is it parliamentary for this honorable member to swear in the House? What is this Futsek ANC he's talking about? Is that allowed?
Honorable member, I see you have muted yourself. We will look into the issue of swearing, because you didn't indicate what he said. We will look into the issue of swearing, and we will definitely come back to the House on that one. On arrogance, I don't know how we're going to deal with arrogance.
But when you ask him to stop, he did not stop, and he intentionally ignored the chairperson.
Yes,
that cannot be allowed.
The issue is that honorable members know that they must uphold the decorum of the House, and I hope that they will actually adhere to that. Honorable Dodovo, you are the next. Honorable Ndongeni, just help me with the timekeeping, because I knew it was a minute left, and that is why I said as you conclude. Honorable Dodovo.
Okay, Deputy Chair, I will.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, Deputy Ministers of Water and Sanitation, Honorable David Mahlobo and Honorable Judy Shabalala, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. As we debate this topic, water infrastructure investment, building viable water infrastructure for sustainable and viable water and reliable water to communities today, the very same day is sandwiched by two important days, namely that yesterday, as we observed the World Water Day, and tomorrow we shall be observing the World TB Day. These days are relevant and connected with the water sector, especially its sustainable provision and its availability to the poorest segments of the society. As we came to know, Honorable Chair, since 1993, every year on the 22nd of March, the day is observed as the World Water Day. It is a day that has been declared by the international community to raise awareness about the global water crisis and the need to sustainably manage freshwater resources. Under the theme, accelerating the transformation to solve the water and sanitation crisis, many events were held globally to mark this important day. And as Deputy Minister Mahlobo indicated, yesterday our Minister of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Senzo Mchunu, led a delegation of South Africans to the Global Water Conference in New York, where he participated in a series of panel discussions with representatives from other countries to discuss the comprehensive measures being implemented by the South African government to ensure water security for all by 2030. Honorable Chairperson, World Water Day is important because globally access to safe water, adequate sanitation, and hygiene resources reduce illness and death from disease and lead to improved health, poverty reduction, and socio-economic development. As I pointed out, Honorable Chair, tomorrow is yet another connected day to water. On the 24th of March each year is the World TB Day, a day designed to build public awareness that tuberculosis today remains an epidemic in much of the world, causing the death of nearly 1.5 million people each year, mostly in developing countries. Under the theme, Yes, We Can End TB, the World TB Day this year aims at inspiring hope of our people and encouraging high-level leadership involvement in fighting TB. It seeks to increase investments and adopting innovative ways to fight TB. And it also seeks to accelerate action and develop multi-sectoral collaboration to combat TB. Honorable Chairperson, as we observe these 2 days, namely the World Water Day yesterday and the World TB Day today, tomorrow, lest we forget that today, the 23rd of March too, is a very important day in our history. Today, we mark the 35th anniversary of what came to be known as the Battle of Valley, a very defining moment in our struggle for liberation and in our SADC region. During this Battle of Valley, the People's Army Nkonto Wesizwe and the Angolan Liberation Movement, together with the Cuban Revolutionary Military Forces, fought fearlessly, courageously, and victoriously in defeating the racist regime and its military forces. This remarkable moment, Honorable Chair, immediately resulted in the liberation of Namibia and later of South Africa. Coming back to the topic of the day, on the balance of evidence, Honorable Chairperson, for more than 28 years since the dawn of a new democratic era, the ANC government has worked hard to ensure that the country's water resources are protected, managed, and used appropriately. The ANC has also ensured that through legislative and regulatory frameworks, such water resources are also conserved, controlled, and expanded in order to fulfill the constitutional imperative of the rights of individuals to have access to basic water and sanitation. Honorable Chairperson, in order to fulfill this constitutional imperative, the ANC policy and approach to water resources management seeks to build sustainable water infrastructure through multidisciplinary social innovations, which entail community partnership and participation, which is drawn from various faculties and sectors of the society. Social innovations are about mobilizing possible resources, not solely for generating economic benefits, but also for anticipating and responding to social problems facing our country. It is also about providing effective ways of addressing the water infrastructure challenges and developing pathways towards more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient society in South Africa. Honorable Chair, while water is one of the planet's most precious resources, South Africa is one of the water-scarce countries in the world. Our water crisis, especially in rural areas, is quite acute and needs interdisciplinary social innovations to tackle it. The serious water challenges we face today include the amount of water available, the unequal distribution and access to clean water, non-revenue water, skill shortages, aging infrastructure, shifting demand patterns, overwhelming water demand, as well as outdated solutions for contemporary issues. Drought, water pollution, and climate change, as well as corruption, also are factors that exacerbate the water resource crisis we face today. These factors cause towns and cities to run dry and affect municipal treatment plants, resulting in sewer flows into streets, rivers, and groundwater. Mining, manufacturing industries, agriculture, crumbling infrastructure, and poor wastewater treatment are also the main contributors to the crisis. As such, Honorable Chair, the community protests in South Africa largely center around the water resource crisis. According to numerous studies conducted in this regard, the water crisis is at a critical point in South Africa, and it is predicted that by 2030, the demand of water, like Deputy Minister indicated, will outstrip supply. And if not tackled with utmost urgency, this will exacerbate. The crisis needs urgent attention. It will not only collapse the country itself, but will also escalate the problems that we face of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa's population of just over 60 million people, 90% have access to water supply infrastructure, and that with a backlog of 3.6 million people, our country is yet to achieve the Millennium Development Goals for universal and equitable access to safe and affordable clean water and sanitation. Decades of chronic underfunding of infrastructure and maintenance thereof are the main contributors as well to the less than optimal performance of the water sector. South Africa's aging water infrastructure is unfortunately also pushing the country away from reliable and safe water supplies and put it at risk of health-associated problems. I argue, Honorable Chair, that it is unacceptable that only about 64% of our people have access to usable water in the country. And this problem must be tackled immediately. And I argue as well that this accounts to the fact that over the years and 3 decades in this particular instance, we have seen lack of proper investment in infrastructure, and again, it was not maintained accordingly. And which, if we are not careful, similarly to the problems of us ESCOM, will perpetuate in this particular instance. A recent study by the South African Institute of Civil Engineers reveals that most government departments, including entities and municipalities, do not have the skills and the capacity to properly manage water infrastructure in the country. They are famously known to mismanage water administration and not completing water projects. And this is an added problem to what I've indicated as well. But however, with all of that, Honorable Chair, during the State of the Nation address this year, our president pointed that the full-scale construction works for the Lesotho Highlands Phase 2 project will commence after several years of delays in order to ensure security of water supply to Gauteng, Free State, Mpumalanga Northwest, and Northern Cape provinces. The president also announced that the first phase of the Umzimvubu water project will start soon, construct the Tabelanga Dam, and later the construction of the Lilane Dam, which will include a hydropower station. And all of these are really welcome because they will help in terms of improving the infrastructure for us to succeed. And I argue that while all the intentions of these projects are noble, they will be defeated if the interdisciplinary social innovations are not applied in their execution. The good about this innovation, Honorable Chair, is that they will tackle real-life water resource problems and address its complexities by involving a variety of actors from science and practice for the diversity of solutions. I argue, Honorable Chair, that we need to implement this because we need to fast-track the process, we need to roll out civic education programs, and we need to equally mobilize our communities. Now, today, Honorable Chair, we are told that the ANC will be defeated in 2024 because the Basingena. And I want to say that just yesterday, Honorable Chair, the people of this country have spoken. They have expressed their eloquent confidence to the ANC. We beat and took a ward from the DA Israel and Dam Ward 2. We defeated them and pulverized them into tatters. And today they tell us that they will defeat us. We are waiting for them. We'll show them because our commitment is here, is to address the fundamental aspirations of the people of this country. And others are having war wishes about their so-called shutdown.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dodovo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dodovo, Honorable Ndongeni. Honorable Z. Williams, Eastern Cape MEC Kokta. He will be the next to debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you. Greetings to all the deputy ministers and ministers present, honorable members of the House, and all the participants. Chairperson, as we enter this debate, I must indicate that wastewater is a very critical resource for our development and progress as a society. Due to global warming and its impact, water has in some respects become the nemesis of many rural communities in provinces like the Eastern Cape. The devastating disasters through higher than normal rainfalls has affected many communities, displacing some, whilst others have been cut off completely from services like schools, healthcare, and other critical services. These challenges resulting from the impact of global warming requires that our infrastructure planning and development be cognizant of the risks related to high rainfall and the possibility of the infrastructure being eroded by such rainfalls. Today, it is possible to have high rainfall in one part of the province whilst having drought on the other part. I've seen some members disregarding the impact of global warming and actually pretending that it is not here. We in the Eastern Cape are not theoretical about it. We feel it. We know what we talk about. the Secretary General of the United Nations, Honorable Antonio Guterres, had this to say about water. Humanity's lifeblood is being drained by unsustainable water usage, pollution, and unprecedented global warming. He warns that scarcity is becoming endemic due to overconsumption and pollution, while global warming increases seasonal water shortages in areas which were previously with abundant water. And we experience that those areas are already strained currently. Further to this, Honorable Chair, Richard Connor and the United Nations water expert says about 10% of the global population currently lives in areas that are critically underwater stress. He further says that up to 3.5 billion people live under conditions of water stress. And this means some people in the global world are able to live for about a month without water. And this is compounded by the severity of droughts. Water is a scarce commodity, and that in the near future, the world will be faced with challenges of water shortages, and the situation is unprecedented. And water may be the powder keg that will spark future wars. The simmering conflict between Egypt and Sudan over the waters of the Nile is a case in point. Chairperson, the foregoing picture paints the global situational analysis. But when we come down to South Africa, we still have challenges of access to reliable, clean drinking water, despite the significant strides the ANC government has made since 1994 to bridge the gap between those who live in urban areas and those who live in rural areas. The urban-rural divide in terms of access to water is still a stark reality. Water and sanitation provision in the Eastern Cape is becoming a moving target in the sense that as we deliver these services, more new settlements sprout in and demand water services, but we're committed and relentless that we will continue to provide such services to our people. Let me hasten to say that our province is not immune from the impact of climate change, which is occasioned by severe droughts, which threaten water security, especially in the western part of our province, including the Sarah Baartman district and Nelson Mandela Metro, which receives about 11% lower rainfall than other parts of the province. One of the staggering problems we're confronting, despite our pulsating energy in delivering water and sanitation in the province, is the difficulty to eradicate historical water backlogs due to water restrictions of the past. At present, Chairperson, the historical water backlogs in the Eastern Cape stands at 21% and sanitation at 30%, particularly in former homeland areas of the Ciskei and the Transkei. And in terms of our estimates of these backlogs, about 120 billion is required to eradicate such backlogs. One teething challenge bedeviling the province is the high level of aging and dysfunctional infrastructure due to poor operations and maintenance, asset management, vandalism, illegal connections, and low revenue connection. In the same way, the Secretary General expresses a concern. Our problem is that of deteriorating wastewater infrastructure. In the past 5 years, the infrastructure has deteriorated below 50%, leading to environmental pollution, which is unacceptable. Despite the drought that has hit our province, the combined dam storage level currently stands at 77.3% and higher than this period in 2022, even though the conditions differ between the eastern and western parts of the province. Comparatively, in March 2022, the dam levels in the stood at 66.1%, and in March 23, the dam levels are at 77.3%. The main critical. The Debenek Dam, which is supplying Raymond Flava, is a cause for concern. Chairperson, uppermost on our agenda is to avoid day zero in Nelson Mandela Metro and to improve water management, reduce the demand, and ensure that billing and collection and revenue collection is while ensuring water is supplied them in the rest of the city of Gqeberha, extending local supply to groundwater development for 2023-24. The provincial government will embark upon desalination to the tune of 385 million. This will be done in collaboration with UGA IDZ and the South African Chamber of Business. To illustrate that our government is making strides in delivering water to communities, the Premier of the province to the State of the Province address indicated that Umzimvu Water Project will be implemented before the end of 2023, and the government will fund the project to the tune of 8 billion. According to Start South Africa, access to water in our province
Honorable Member,
stands at 71%. It was at 65% 6 years ago. We are registering progress by leaps and bounds, despite chasing a moving target. The provincial government is scaling up water reticulation, and we are allocating about 10 billion to attend to regional infrastructure. Honorable Chair, in Nelson Mandela, the good news is in September 23, the Department of Water Affairs will be commencing with the construction of Connery Balancing Dam to ensure storage. And this is a story of good progress. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Williams. The next speaker will be Honorable Makume, the Free State MEC of Kokta and Human Settlements.
Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair, the Deputy Ministers present, and honorable members. Let me firstly express my disappointment on the people who are trying to undermine both the apartheid system impact on what we're having today, and also
MEC Williams, mute, please.
Chair.
Please continue. We are just trying to get order.
Thank you, thank you. I was just saying that I'm very much disappointed by honorable members who are undermining the impact of the apartheid system in relation to the infrastructural challenges that the country is facing today, particularly in relation to water. And also, we're also trying to undermine the global warming challenges that the whole globe is facing. We can't treat South Africa as if it's an island outside the globe of what the challenges are happening in the world. Let me not harness, therefore, to get to the point that has been a table for discussion today about the building viable water infrastructure for sustainable and reliable water to communities. For far too long, the South African government over time introduced various grants with DORA as the Division of Revenue and act as part of the reform of the budget process. The intention with that is that the national priorities are also being introduced through the National Development Plan of 2030 and the National Infrastructure Plan of 2050, etc., for the implementation over a period of time. There are clear timeframes set and through various programs as such as Municipal Infrastructure Grant since its inception in 2003. We have reached our desired targets, and since our communities are not stagnant, we're continuously trying to service them in an integrated approach, working together with the national and the local governments and other partners such as WS, the Human Settlement, the Provincial and Integrated, the National Treasury, the DSTIA, the State South Africa, and our municipalities, as guided by the Municipal Infrastructural Grant Framework. We would like to thank, as the Free State, the national government for allocation of the fiscal resources towards attainment of this crucial commodity called water to all citizens by rolling infrastructure assets for access to the services in the people of the Free State and for the people of the Free State. Water Services Act must be utilized by all water service authorities, and Free State is on the right track to ensure that there is a collaboration between ourselves and the Department of Water and municipalities. A clear example was indicated in today's presentation by the Deputy Minister, the relationship that has been established between Machabeng under the leadership of Mayor Kalipa and the Department of Water and Sanitation. This is to ensure that our people get the sustainable, reliable, and clean water supply to communities. When you implement infrastructure, it's not going to be possible for you to realize the outcomes now. But the most important thing is that the moment the water starts to get to the water taps, to individual households, that's when our people will start to feel changes. It is not true that the ANC government is not doing anything. In the Free State, for instance, in Thabo Mofokeng, in the areas of the Hlabeng local municipality, infrastructure is being targeted, of which 881 households, they will be receiving water. The work in relation to infrastructure is at 87%. Again, in the same area of the Hlabeng, in the areas of Thabo Mofokeng, in the Polo Roo, where we are targeting to give 743 households, the work is at 32%. We're still at the phase 1 stage in this area. And then we can go also to areas of Harib. The one that was mentioned of was Kopanong local municipality. We can attest here that 528 households are expected to be receiving water once the project has been finished. We're still at the phase 1 of the project. And also in Litemeng local municipality, there are programs that are still continuing. We have also observed that institutional arrangements by the water service authorities do not adequately conform to the requirements stipulated by these acts. Adherence to norms, standards, competent staff complement within water and sanitation section, and constant communication, revenue collection, etc. These, and amongst other things, they've become an inhabitant of part and parcel of the resolutions that we are trying to implement to ensure that our people get a reliable and clean water. That can only happen only if we service most of our water plants, which it has been discovered, but some, it is almost 50 years that have not been services. And the irony of this is that majority of those water plants that have not been services are the ones that are feeding water to our own communities that were regarded as townships in the olden days. But other water plants in other areas, which are feeding areas that used to be called towns, there have been services even up until on the eve of our democratic breakthrough. This tells you about the impact of apartheid, and also in the manner in which our towns have been established. There was a just disregard of the areas which are called the highland areas, where it is very much difficult to put an infrastructure. So this is the trouble that the ANC government is trying to resolve. With the shrinking fiscus annually and the rising cost, municipalities are urged to utilize capital funds allocated to them so that they are able to make some savings and ensure that the greater care is given, since tomorrow may not be guaranteed that grant will be still be available. Another problem that we are faced with is the theft and vandalism in relation to some of the existing water plants. This is made by people who in the most are busy ensuring that they deny our people water for their selfish interest. This theft and vandalism makes it very much impossible for our people to receive water. And the intended purpose is to ensure that there has to be a conflict between our people and government. The investment in our communities is very low because of this theft and vandalism that is being orchestrated to our water plants. The Free State government is hereby ensuring the people of the Free State and the country that there's a plan that the Premier has requested COGTA and all other departments to put in place to ensure that we actually put security measures that will secure most of our infrastructure key points. These key points that have been identified, the water plants have become one of the priorities. Municipalities are also expected to play their role to ensure that they secure these water key points. The other reason why there's also theft and vandalism is these selfish people who want to supply water through JOJOs. All what they intend to do is that our people must not get water through water taps, but they be themselves who supply water through water taps. As the Free State government, we are making a closure to these nonsensical efforts by these individuals who are ensuring that our people, they don't get qualitative water. Water is life. Sanitation is dignity. Indeed, water is part of the responsibility of the water service authorities to take regular water samples. As per the approved water sampling points, and tests must be concluded and be published to gain consumers' confidence.
As you conclude, MEC.
As I conclude, there's also a study that we have made in the Setsotho local municipality, which it will be the NCOP in many phases. But what we are trying to do here is to ensure that municipalities are going to get to the lifespan of the water supply to our communities. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much,
Long
MEC.
live Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntube, and thank you very much, MEC. Before I call the next speaker, let me just also specially welcome Honorable Sileku. I see you can't stay away from us. And also, particularly also the DM Judy Chavalala that was a member with us in the parliament for a long time. So I just wanted to specially welcome them before I give to Honorable Mbali Dlamini. And after that, Honorable Ndongeni will continue to preside over the debate. Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini.
Chair.
Honorable Dlamini.
Point of order, Chair.
No, there is no order. Just tell me what is happening. Because
There's something that I want to raise before the Honorable Dlamini speak.
Who is there?
The Honorable Mutsamai.
Oh, it sounded like you, Honorable Mutsamai.
Yeah, Chair, I just want to say, when we are here now, we must now start to listen carefully, because the Honorable Dlamini is going to advise us.
Honorable Mutsamai, if you don't have a point of order, if you don't have a point of order, don't call order. It's not an order. That point is definitely not a point of order. Please, my friend, don't do it to me. Honorable Dlamini.
Chairperson, allow me to send special greetings to the fighters who heeded to the clarion call. who were not intimidated by prophets of doom, who today say the shutdown failed because it did not turn out how they stereotyped it to be. Proving again that the EFF, unlike some amongst us, does not suffer from selective outrage. Others condemn apartheid, but really they have been inspired by the very same apartheid state machinery that used law enforcement agencies to silence citizens. They forget to mention that they've assimilated to the very same legacy that scares them only when it suits them. Chairperson, this country's debilitated water infrastructure is a ticking time bomb, which should be made a priority, and it has been worsened by the electricity crisis. By treating and distributing water requires electricity. Even though water is a key resource which ultimately determines the quality of life which a people will lead. Yet almost 30 years since the democratic elections in South Africa, our people bear the brunt of incompetency of the ruling party, as millions of our people are without the basic services. Rural households across South Africa rely on water sources such as unprotected wells, tanker trucks, surface water such as rivers and dams. This despite policies and legal framework in place that includes constitutional rights to sufficient water. Chairperson, there is a definite misalignment in how the government of the day sets out its overregulation of local government, with legislation that runs parallel with models that are unable to sustain and change shape by giving them new titles each time. For instance, in the past, there had been attempts to address transformational infrastructure models, such as the Project Consolidate of 2005, the 2009 Local Government Turnaround Strategy, and the Back to Basics in 2014. These have all run parallel without an unarcing initiative such as the National Development Plan, the Spatial Development Initiative, and the National Spatial Development Perspective. And so today, it is important that we revisit all that has failed to show clear pattern of the lack of development logic. For there is no consequence management for non-compliant municipalities to these policies anyway. Infrastructure stands as the backbone of any country. However, the lack of adequate infrastructure in the years stands as a constraint for socio-economic development for our people. Our current infrastructure is not cognizant of growing population to an extent that it has compromised the quality of water supply, so much so that it has what is received in our taps does not even meet the standards of the Water Board. Some of the country's biggest cities have had to impose water restrictions, and residents in other parts have gone months without regular water supply. The Eastern Cape, for example, has the longest period of time battled a water crisis made worse by poor infrastructure. Black women in Amatol and OR Tambo districts and surrounding areas spend hours embarking on journeys to fetch water from rivers and streams. The water they find there is often contaminated and not safe to drink, as the water infrastructure in these villages is almost non-existent. The water situation in the Eastern Cape alone is an ongoing emergency. In other provinces too, as Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, Free State, the Northern Cape, water shortages are experienced on an ongoing basis. Residents across all provinces complain about access to water in various districts to no avail, as it remains a day-to-day challenge. 32% of households in South Africa do not have access to reliable services due to debilitated infrastructure, as well as lack of proper operations and maintenance of existing infrastructure, which results to disruptions and shortage of water supply. Health facilities have not been spared, as there are a number of reports of hospitals and clinics around the country being hit by water shortages. Interventions, therefore, need those municipalities where water services are failing. The crisis needs to be dealt with carefully and decisively. For the biggest crisis is the maintenance of existing infrastructure and the expansion of water infrastructure to accommodate the rising demand of clean, drinkable water. As to date, there have been no impactful investment in water infrastructure to speak of, nor any forms of practical water conservation practices initiated. There has been no realistic plans put in place on how government should take a leading role in acceleration and improvement of infrastructural development. Some have tried to litigate, like the case of Madibeng local municipality, where the commission's probe found that the municipality had violated residents' rights to access to water, following which they directed Madibeng to provide water to residents of Klipgat, but the municipality failed to comply. There are important changes in the character of how we approach infrastructural design and engineering by empowering the national water grid through skills and technology to how the feed by interbasin transfers in which the existing water network is being elaborated. If this is done by insourced engineers by government, we minimize the profit-thirsty private sector and consultants who get the job done. The Minister of Water and Sanitation also needs to play a bigger role in the managing of water sanitation and the situation that is going on in the Eastern Cape. And we emphasize this because of its utmost importance and urgency to ensure that residents in the long term get more water. For there needs to be a complete overhaul of water infrastructure so as to combat challenges such as leaks and other water problems. And Chairperson, such reforms can only come about through the decisive and capable leadership of the EFF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. The next that will be speaking is Honorable Ryder. And can I request Honorable Ndongeni to take over the presiding of the debate?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honourable members, this country is being throttled by an electricity crisis. It has become clear that government solutions were too slow, too late, and too uncertain to allow for an early intervention that would have nipped the crisis in the bud. We are also in the grips of a water crisis. Don't fool yourself, it is already here. How government responds will determine how quickly we can recover. Water is indeed life, and yes, not dealing with a crisis has critical consequences. As populations have grown across South Africa, there have been no investments in building more water supply infrastructure. Too few reservoirs have been built. It's been much easier to rely on pumped water directly from the water boards, but load shedding stops pumps. Let me salute Mr. Stef Kutsia here and his team of engineers at the DA-led Midvaal local municipality, who saw this coming in 2014 and started refurbishing decommissioned reservoirs and building new ones. But the same did not happen in places like Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, and Tshwane. In the face of rapid urbanization, too little was invested in building new storage. Now these metros all feel the brunt of Randwater's inability to pump water to meet the incredible demand brought about by urbanization and organic population growth. Load shedding, of course, has had a major impact on this, with pumps just not filling the reservoirs quickly enough. In simple terms, it's like two people sitting at a table. A jug of water was enough then, but now there are 10 of us. As fast as the waiter tries to fill the jug, there's not enough to fill all of our glasses. And when the tap in the kitchen stops because of load shedding, people go thirsty. So the minister has promised 12 new reservoirs in Gauteng by 2028. We'll believe it when we see it. All I can see is another Madupi project where the construction mafia are lining up to take their share. But of course, only after the tenderpreneurs have gouged out their share, along with enough to make substantial donations to the ANC's election campaign and still keep the politicians in their pockets. Like most government departments, the Water and Sanitation Department suffers from an inability to execute and deliver on its plans. Our failed government gives birth to failed projects. Nothing of value is created by the ANC, they only take. Yes, Deputy Chairperson, new infrastructure is sorely needed, But if one looks at Mfuleni municipality's 64% water losses, investment in maintenance is equally important. There are many municipalities with similar poor statistics. The minister decries the high water usage of Gauteng without realizing that the majority of its purified water is returned to the water table without ever having been used to add any value. The Nelson Mandela Bay water crisis has had a massive impact on the region, with local residents being affected. Honorable Williams pointed this out. But business is also feeling the brunt. Government's response has been sluggish, with a disaster yet to be declared. Mayor Retief Odendaal has inherited a reticulation network that loses 44% of its water due to years of neglect. He has allocated 900 million with assistance from Treasury and the Department of Water Services to address the existing network. But the car manufacturers in the metro have had to invest in water management systems to keep their multi-billion rand operations running. When the Democratic Alliance keeps reminding you, honorable members, that government's job is not to create jobs, but to create environments where jobs are created, this is what we're talking about. The National Department has been assisting, albeit reactively, but the coordination across departments and across spheres needs work. The issue of maintenance cannot be overemphasized. On Tuesday of this week, Rand Water lost 200 megalitres of water at the Aikenhof purification plant due to pump failure. 200 megalitres. That is 80 Olympic-sized swimming pools. And this while residents of the southern suburbs have been without water for 6 weeks in places. The community forum picketed yesterday outside the Southdale depot. But residents of Mfuleni are used to such abuse. Sebokeng regularly faces 6-week outages. No plan from government, no commitment to the constitution that gives us all the right to water in section 27. Again, I go back to Midvaal and Mr. Johan Foster, who developed a water conservation demand management plan, which sectorized the reticulation network and with bulk metering and monitoring managed to reduce water losses by over 10%. But this took a combination of engineering skills, planning, project management, budgeting and finance, coordination, but especially political will to achieve. But there's no ribbon to cut when you replace an old pipe or install a bulk meter. There's no quick win or short-term strategy that fits into a 5-year political term. Machabeng is the second biggest municipality in the Free State, but it owes their water board 5 billion rand. But it cannot even meet the repayment plan to expunge this. In fact, they struggle to pay even for their monthly water use, partly because 56% of the water that they buy from Bloem Water each month is unaccounted for, and they do not bill it out to customers. Noting their poor revenue collection track record, the municipality cannot pay the water board, never mind plan to improve their infrastructure. The National Department has infrastructure funding for them, but it is conditional on finding a solution to the legacy debt. But the municipality has returned 209 million in grant funding recently, unspent because they simply do not care. The fact is that the municipality doesn't have the skills or the political will to fix the issue. Consecutive mayors just want to see out their terms in the hope that disaster doesn't strike. In conclusion, Chair, an holistic approach is needed. There's no sense in focusing on only new infrastructure or only on maintenance or only on water demand management. The approach needs to include all of these, together with planning and innovation. And we need to understand that we need each other. Rand Water's intervention in Mfuleni is marred by an administrative and technical team working in isolation and excluding elected representatives. And so there's no buy-in, there's no cooperation. Stick in your lane and let's collaborate for optimal results. And all the while, we pump vast amounts of sewage into our rivers and streams, making it harder and harder for our future generations to have even the same quality of water that we have. Is it not the job of a parent to leave your children better off than you are? This government's an embarrassment and a shame to all of us. We need capable leadership. We need the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Now it's Honorable R.B. Makamu, Limpopo MEC Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. To the Deputy Chair of the NCOP, our two Deputy Ministers, DM Mashobo and DM Chabalala. House
Honorable
Chairperson.
Makamu, Honorable Makamu, can you please open your video, please?
I did.
No.
Am I audible? Can you view me?
Thank you.
Thank you
Carry
very
on.
much. I was still greeting honorable members, the Portfolio Committee, Select Committees, and other parliamentary committees. My fellow MECs who are here, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon or evening. Honorable Chair, even before I start to make my input on behalf of the Limpopo province, let me clarify some of the issues which I think are political, cheap politicking by Honorable Smith here, who selectively decided to speak about 2 municipalities in the Waterberg district and avoid 2 municipalities which are serious challenge in terms of the investment in water infrastructure, Tawazimbi and Mudimule Mokopung. I think it was skillfully because they are under the leadership of the DA coalition government, which it's at zero Tawazimbi spending on water infrastructure grants. He also skillfully decided to talk about Lipalale, which is a municipality run by the ruling party African National Congress, where Councillor PLENARY had just some 3 months, which he could not even do any dent in terms of work in the municipality. But that as it may, Honorable Chair, I must clarify the matters he raised about the partnership that is there between Mogalakwena local municipality and the Ivan Platz mines, which is a project that the MEC who is speaking here observed the signing of the memorandum of understanding, which only mean that the mine will be able to construct water treatment plant. After that, will be able to hand over as an asset of the municipality in partnership to make sure that our people should be able to receive services from our own business around that area. But the issue, I think it's a matter that we'll be able to attend to it because there is project, it's at 70% completion as we speak. Without wasting my time to make my input, I must start to indicate that the dire water situation in our province of Limpopo is a matter of a public knowledge. With the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Mkunu, and his deputies, Honorable Mahlobo and Chabalala, have been in and out of this province on a regular basis to mitigate the situation in the Giyani, which some people wanted to speak about Giyani here, an area where I come from, I'm speaking from as I'm speaking here. Pulukwani Skukune, while working more on a permanent
Chairperson.
Sorry, Honorable Makamu. Honorable Smith.
Honorable Chair, as the MEC now responded to my speech, I want to hear if he's prepared to take a question from me.
Honorable Makamu, are you
Yes,
prepared
I
to
am.
take a question?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Will you please commit today to make the grey water contracts between Mogalakwena local municipality and Anglo Platinum, as well as the new grey water supply contract between Mogalakwena and Platreef available to the public?
Thank you, Honorable Smith.
Yes, I will respond to the question as I finish my input before I leave the podium.
Yes.
This debate in the Council of Provinces is therefore a timely intervention to escalate the water situation from the provincial subtotals into the national sphere, where all spheres of government converge to engage on key issues of the day. My input has a Limpopo bias situation, depicting how our situation is our mitigation is in the short and medium and long-term nature. Our partners in the province and nationally, be it the Northern Lepelle Northern Water, Makalis Water, in the Waterberg District, the Department of Water and Sanitation, Water Service Authorities, and Office of the Premier, are the four square behind the efforts towards the sustainable supply of water to communities. Access to water has declined by 9.4% between 2015 and 2021, from 78.8 to a mere 70%. The cause for the decline, it's mainly aging infrastructure, affecting sustainable and reliable water supply. The province is 10% below the Limpopo Development Plan target. There is, however, a 4.5% increase in the situation between 2015 and 2021. On the situation through the province and the sanitation between 2015 and 2021, on sanitation through the province is 6.5 below the Limpopo Development Plan. The province is not sitting on its laurels. The challenge of a reliable and sustainable water supply to its communities and other users. In this regard, the district municipalities are hard at work to fulfill their responsibilities as water service authorities. The water treatment works receive requisite maintenance to ensure a regular and uninterrupted supply of water. The upgrades are also undertaken to water treatment works in a situation and even increase their capacity to provide safe drinking water to our communities. Boreholes are also an important source of water supply, some more especially in the rural areas, which constitute the bulk of the province. They receive maintenance to ensure a regular and uninterrupted supply of water. Where the disruptions to the normal supply of water, like major breakdowns, prolonged maintenance, and load shedding in recent times, water tankers are deployed to ensure uninterrupted supply to affected communities. The vein of water infrastructure investment is poor spending on conditional grants like in Tawazimbi, resulting in stopping part of the provincial allocation to National Treasury. In mitigation of this anomaly, the Provincial Treasury and COXA plan to have MIG implementation sessions with municipalities so that more monies are not lost to other provinces. As the institutional level, we are confronted by the challenges of lack of valid water service development plans, which hinders planned infrastructure development and maintenance. Only 5 out of 11 water service authorities have their water service development plans. Currently, through the DBSA support program, with the remaining WSA have applied for assistance with the development of the water service development plans. The challenge is an intervention in the province of Limpopo. It's mainly because of the delay in the replacement of aging infrastructure, where we have caused all our WSA to utilize the portion of the MIG grant to refurbish or aging infrastructure. The inadequate budget provision for operation and maintenance, the enforcement of the operation and maintenance funding model threshold has been attended to. The prolonged delay in completion of large scheme of water, including the water to Guyana. The provincial government to consider management of implementation of large projects that is identified financially threshold for large schemes and there be managed by the provincial level. The project implementation not informed by the water service development plans. The provincial instruction for all WSA to develop their WSDP within a set period of time that we have done. The proposed intervention will close the gaps towards the reliable supply of water to our communities in the province. Major projects of water resource development will be implemented by the Department of Water and Sanitation. This includes the raising of the Tsanini Dam wall, the Olifants River Water Resource Development at the Musina Makado Special Economic Zone, bulk water supply and Nandoni water treatment works. Municipality who were responsible for reticulation require a bulk resource to compare.
As you
to
conclude,
complete the
Honorable
supply.
Makamu,
The
as you
Olifants,
conclude.
yes, the Olifants River Water Resource Development Plan has been sequenced as a public. These are bulk water infrastructure projects will call upon competition to go a long way in making sure that the province closes the full, sustainable and reliable water supply to the communities of the Limpopo province. As I thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me come to the request made by Honorable Smith, Honorable Chair. Of course, I was clarifying that the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Mukalakwena Local Municipality and the Ivan Platts on the water treatment plant will make that Memorandum of Understanding public in here so that they can be able to see that there is no 216 million which is missing in the project, that is a public-private partnership.
Honorable
Thank
Makamu.
you.
The next speaker is Jay Chabalala, Deputy Minister, Water and Sanitation.
Malbongwe.
All right. Thank you so much. The Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Ms. Sylvia Lucas in absentia or on the platform, Honorable China Dodovu, Honorable Chief Whip Mohai, including members of the National Council of Provinces, MECs who've debated in this debate from Eastern Cape, Free State, including Limpopo leadership, and obviously my Minister, Honorable Senzo Mchunu, and Deputy Minister Mahlobo. Chairperson, the Human Rights Day is commemorated in March to remind us as South Africans about sacrifices that accompany the struggle of the attainment of democracy. The theme for this year, consolidating and sustaining human rights culture into the future. The question we should ask ourselves is whether all the people in South Africa receiving the basic services such as water and sanitation, as enshrined in the Chapter 2 of Section 27 of the Constitution of the Republic. Chairperson, the period between 20 and 26 of March 2023 is the National Water Week, and our role as the department is to educate the public about our responsibility in water conservation and the protection of water resources. In addition, our Minister, Honorable Senzo Mchunu, is leading the South African delegation in the United Nations to celebrate the World Water Day under the theme Accelerating the Change to Solve Water and Sanitation Crisis. The theme emphasizes the requirement to stand action to protect the world from water crisis, and I hope that the attendance by our department will definitely accelerate the provision of water and sanitation in our country, particularly in the rural areas. Chairperson, there are a number of interventions that Honorable Mahlobo would have mentioned that are taking place, particularly when you look into KZN, the designs and implementation model for Stephen Dlamini and Umkomazi dams are being completed. The Hotertro transfer scheme is under implementation and Hazelmere Dam is functionally completed. In Limpopo, the Olifants Water Project is under implementation in the partnership with the commercial mining sector. Mugoro Water Project Phase 2 is in the final phase in planning stages to increase the water security to Midupi Power Station, and the rising of Tsanin Dam will re-enter the construction stage in April 2023. Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation, Magringwani intervention on the implementation and completion of the long-awaited Giyani project that has been spoken about. We are pleased to report that the significant progress has been achieved, and people of Giyani and surrounding areas will soon receive water from taps as their respective homes. Honorable members, we unfortunately note the negativity around this Kiani project. We are also ensuring that the measures and what you would have raised in this platform that is taken to cognizance, and we're able to intervene as we need to deal with the wrongdoings that you would have cited, including the issues of corruptions that would have happened there. We note, including the SIU reports that are out for us to be able to intervene accordingly. And we'll also urge the Fusion Center to ensure that it takes the people and perpetrators of these horrendous crimes that they're doing around corruption to task. Now, Chairperson, our President, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, called for a joint sitting of the Parliament to announce the economic recovery plan of the country, and the ERP aims to increase investment in infrastructure development, and this includes infrastructure in water and sanitation infrastructure to create job opportunities, to improve access to essential services. Now, most importantly, in the light of the fourth industrial revolution, includes measures to promote the use of innovative and sustainable technologies in the provision of water and sanitation services in order to increase access to water sanitation services in rural areas. One would have said that. Now, Chairperson, you will also see that I would have indicated other provinces who would have noted that what's happening in the Northern Cape, the agreements are being made with the mining and agricultural sector to build a Gamara Phase 2 and Valhards water project. And I want to also go to the Western Cape, the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority in finalizing the planning stages of the Berg River full flare argumentation scheme, which will increase the water security to the city of Cape Town and others. And we're working to finalize the procurement of key materials, and we are working also hard to procure of key materials, that what we would have said. So now I want to go to what is important around the Water Partnership Office, what the Water Rails program will be given priority by the Partnership Office to explore bankable projects which will produce additional water resources by improving wastewater treatment and introducing additional treatment to produce potable water up to the SENS 241 standard. Now, I want to quickly go, and I think that I would not have done justice if I don't speak about the VAL intervention. And this is what dear Mahlobo would have spoken about, to say that our department is intervening in terms of Section 63 of the Water Services Act 108 to bring the bulk wastewater within City Bay Municipality back operation, as well as providing adequate capacity, that there is no pollution in the area, because this affects the health environment of our community. As I go to my conclusion, Honorable House Chairperson, I want to say our department is under leadership of Honorable Mkunu, is spending sleepless nights to ensure that the targets of 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, especially goal number 6, are achieved as the well of the objective of the National Development Plan 2030 regarding water and sanitation provision. This is my maiden speech, Honorable Smith, so unfortunately I will not attend to you, maybe next time. So allow me to share the following words from our late icon, President Mandela. And I open quote, "What counts in life is not to the mere fact that we have lived. It is what the difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead." Now, water and sanitation is a very important a department that must ensure that we regress the spatial paintings that we saw, the apartheid, as much as we must say that we should not blame it. Unfortunately, our citizens, especially the Black townships, they were not given the necessary adequate water and clean water, including the rural areas. Now, this has to change. And we're saying the department is working tirelessly to ensure that that is being addressed to, and we are able to give our people the services that we need. I see I still have the timer, so I can continue. I want to say, House Chairperson, strengthening education and communication. It is of vital importance for us as the department and municipalities to communicate and educate our communities. We have recently witnessed the flooding of houses along the Vaal River, which have led the loss of the lives of properties. In some areas, some communities have built the houses on top of water pipes. And this is what we need to ensure, that the planning departments in the municipalities, they're ensuring that our communities do not build on top of this infrastructure. So when we come and we say to communities, they need to flood the houses, we need to get rid of those houses because it is destroying the infrastructure. It's something that we need to do together as responsible citizens, including discouraging the mushrooming, what we have informal settlement, where people will just come in, where we will hear other parties that says just occupy the land. Unfortunately, this has got a bearing in terms of our infrastructure, the sewer pipes that we have, infrastructure really gets damaged. So it's something that we need to discourage and ensure the spatial planning is done accordingly. There's a need for the department to talk to municipalities on planning for settlement and the enforcement of municipality bylaws. There are private-public partnership concluded by the minister and private sector on the provision of water to various communities in the country. The recent one was Limpopo between Libalelo Water Use Association and the department. The agreement is about the provision of water to the communities of Sukukuni and to take water from the Deep Hope Dam to Polokwane. Chairperson, load shedding has a severe impact on our sewer pumps. This can result in sewer spillages. So we are saying during the load shedding, water cannot be pumped. So it's something that Minister of Water and Electricity must meet with the new Minister of Water and Electricity to ensure that we deal with it. Thank you.
Malibongwe.
Malibongwe.
Thank you, DM. Now, the next speaker is Honorable Sileku.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, honorable members. Good evening, DM. And because you are wearing my favorite color, I have to convey my good wishes on your promotion and wishing you well. Chairperson, in the Western Cape, today we concluded our water in Daba. And that's what a government does. Instead of criticizing and blaming, we look at solution and we address issues that are confronting us as a government so that the end user, which is the public that has voted us into government, get the resources and get the services. Because blaming anyone for anything is not going to assist us. Chairperson, I welcome the debate on water infrastructure because water is such a crucial part of life that it can be equated with life itself. This is an issue that affects every person in the country, but as with most things, it is our poorest communities who carry the largest part of the burden. And I can call it a burden deliberately, as some people have to walk kilometers carrying buckets just to meet their daily water needs, especially young children. South Africa is a water scarce country, which means we have to be innovative in finding ways to maximize what we have. While the ANC is very fond of big announcements and grand schemes, the reality is that the results never seem to reach the heights that were promised. I hope to put into perspective how the ANC national government fails to follow through with these grand plans through an example. I want to tell you about Clan William Dam, a dam that provides water to some of the more rural communities in the Western Cape. This is, of course, also means that it is a crucial source of water and irrigation for farming in the area. A plan to raise the dam wall was announced by the ANC. The dam would be raised by 13 meters, with the result that the dam's capacity would almost triple from 122 million cubic meters to 344 million. It is indeed a great idea, one of the pioneering infrastructure projects in the Western Cape that would unlock massive opportunities for the expansion of agriculture activity in the province. The raising of the dam wall was initially meant to be completed by 2018. Chairperson, the planning of these projects was so poor that construction only started in 2018. And it is nowhere near finished as we have this debate today. The latest date for completion has been moved to 2028. If we are being honest, even that is probably unlikely given the track record of the Department of Water and Sanitation. thanks to Mama Action, the former minister. Let's talk about the budget for this wonderful idea, DM. Initially in 2014, the budget for these projects was pegged at 1.8 billion. No small amount, but infrastructure is an important and necessary expense. Agbare collega's, u sal verskoon word as u onder die indruk is dat die projek nog 'n ruim begroting beskikbaar het, aangesien slegs 'n klein gedeelte van die werk voltooi is. Dit sal sin maak in 'n gedeelte in 'n funksionerende departement dat die projek betyds klaar is, binne begroting en reg om die inwoners van 'n kosbare waterbron te voorsien. But Chairperson, it should come as no big surprise that the initial budget was something completely unrelated to what would be the real cost. The latest figure of the raising of the dam wall, which is unfinished, DM, is estimated to be around 4 billion. The extra water that will be collected with a raised dam wall would enable emerging farmers to make their activities commercially viable. Agri-Western Cape estimates that the impact of the extra water could see around 9,000 direct and indirect jobs added to the area, with 3,800 of those being permanent jobs in the agriculture sector. These are jobs that the ANC owes the people of this country, but the ANC has never been bothered about something that does not directly benefit them. The raising of the Clan William Wall Dam is a typical ANC failure. But when you look at how costs for this wall have skyrocketed throughout the years, it becomes very difficult to see this simply as a failure caused by incompetence. The core of the issue is that the ANC government identified a project that would make a marked difference in the lives of the Western Cape residents and proceeded to make an entire process a fuss. It is a pattern we have seen unfolding with Kusile and Medupi Power Station, and now it's happening again. I urge the people of South Africa to sit up and take notice. Look at what the ANC is doing with your money. It is not normal for any construction project to be more than 10 years behind schedule at double the cost. We cannot allow this to continue. The only way of this endless wasting of money is to get rid of the ones that are signing the checks. Because when you look at Clan William Dam and the potential such a project has to enrich the lives of the residents in the area, it is clear that the ANC has no respect for the people of the Western Cape or of this particular country of ours, South Africa. Chairperson, the people of South Africa have a choice to make very soon, and it is becoming clearer and clearer that the ANC cannot be saved from itself. The rot is so deep that it infests every corner and crevice of national government. If they do not have respect for your right to have water and see it as nothing more than another opportunity to feast, to loot, and to steal, they surely do not deserve your support. I thank you. Bayadanke Koskaku.
Evening, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, members of the House, Chief Whip, Deputy Minister, and members. Honorable Chairperson, President Ramaphosa, during his maiden 2018 State of the Nation address, said, building growth, development, and transformation depend on a strong and capable state. The structure and size of the state must be optimally suited to meet the needs of the people and ensure the most efficient allocation of public resources. In other words, the ANC-led government is committed to building an ethical, capable, and development state. As demonstrated by the actions to establish a national water resources infrastructure agency to build the capacity of the state to centrally coordinate, fund, and manage the water infrastructure projects in the country. Honorable Chairperson, in the National Council of Provinces, the African National Congress, has unwaveringly backed the creation of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency as a champion for the development of dependable and sustainable climate resilient water infrastructure to serve communities. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC-led government has throughout the years made considerable investments in infrastructural development. Our past experience has shown us that delays and cost overruns are among the explanations for many of these water infrastructure projects. This shows a lack of coordination and centralization, Chair. Within our government, as all these state entities work towards one goal. But now that the government has started the processes to create the National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency, we are delighted as the ANC. Now, the centralization of water and sanitation infrastructure development means that the agency will assume the functions of financing, development, operations, and maintenance of the national water infrastructure, as well as those functions that were part of this Caledon Tunnel Authority. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, it is a fact that the ANC-led government has undertaken large water and sanitation infrastructure across the country. These water and sanitation infrastructure projects have improved the people's living conditions. It is also a fact that many of our people are not able to pay the basic services that they are receiving from government. And some have the capacity to pay for the services rendered by those who have chosen not to pay. For those community members who cannot afford to pay for the basic services rendered, the national government provides for them through equitable share. Through government indigent policy, poor households are provided with free basic services from the local municipalities. We should not accept the non-payment of services by those who can afford it. We must lead a campaign for the payment of services for the government to be able to provide quality basic services. The non-payment of services puts much strain on local government ability to allocate enough funds for routine maintenance of the water and sanitation infrastructure. Honorable Chairperson, through the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, the responsibility to maintain and refurbish bulk infrastructure such as dams, water treatment plants, and reservoirs would be carried out by the agency. Honorable Chair, through the centralization of the functions for maintenance and refurbishment of this infrastructure, we will complement the mandates of municipalities and water boards, but also ensure constant water supplies to communities. Honorable Chair, we must commend the ANC-led government for initiating the process of the establishment of the agency and ensuring that part of the responsibilities is not only to find water and sanitation infrastructure, but also to ensure that the pricing and financing options that meet the cost of delivering water services while controlling long-term debt and guaranteeing that services remain accessible and affordable. We have experienced challenges of companies colluding to fix the price of important components used to build water and sanitation infrastructure. We have seen the fraud and corruption within the water and sanitation sector around the big bulk infrastructure projects. All of these have had a negative impact, not only on the delivery of water and sanitation services, but also on the fiscal position of the country as well. Honorable Chair and honorable members, part of our responsibilities as members of this August House is to safeguard public resources and see it if they are utilized in the best interest of our people. Honorable members, Pillar 5 of the 2030 National Development Plan directs the government to intentionally build a capable and developmental state. The commissioners of the Planning Commission acknowledge that the post-apartheid state had developed a tendency to outsource almost everything that was the responsibility of the government, in particular infrastructure development projects. To remind you, honorable members, the National Development Plan emphasizes a capable and developmental state that is capable of intervening in society through developmental projects to address the challenges we are facing as a country. We are delighted that in the State of the Nation address this year, the President has re-emphasized the importance of having qualified and experienced public servants in their respective sectors. The agency is fostering professionalism while at the same time building the capacity and capability of the state to deliver basic infrastructure services to our communities. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we cannot run away from the fact that some of the people that have been appointed to serve in state-owned entities in our recent past were not appointed on the basis of the capacity and capability to execute the task at hand. This was possible because there was no clear legislation to guide appointments to the state-owned entities. As per the proposed bill for the establishment of the agency, it promotes meritocracy. Our government is no longer going to appoint people to the governance of state-owned entities without the required qualifications and experience in the water and sanitation sector in particular. We are hopeful that through the application of the appointment of the leadership to constitute the governance structure of the agency, we will be able to address the poor performance of water and sanitation infrastructure projects. Honorable Chair, we are also confident that the agency is going to appoint professionals to undertake its work. Currently, the various state agencies, such as municipalities and water boards, are unable to attract and retain technical skills within their ranks due to high competition demand for these skills. We are hopeful that the remuneration structure of the agency will be in line with the market. It's our responsibility as public representatives to ensure that we have fully functional, efficient, and effective state-owned entities if we want to see the vision of the National Development Plan realized and a better life for all South Africans. Enhance water infrastructure capacity of the state. Honorable Chair, the President announced this February some of the big water infrastructure projects that the government will be undertaking. These projects were further allocated funds by the Minister of Finance to commence with the construction processes. These projects will enhance the water infrastructure in our country. The much-awaited Mzimvubu water project has finally been allocated funds, and as the President acknowledged during SONA, several decades after it was proposed and 9 years after a sword-turning ceremony was held, the first phase of the Mzimvubu water project will start in the next financial year. This phase, which involves construction of the Tabalanga Dam, irrigation infrastructure, and distribution of water to communities, will be financed by the government. The next phase will be the construction of the Lani Dam, which will include a hydropower station. Major projects, the one that Honorable Saleko mentioned, major projects to increase the capacity of the Glen William Dam, is worried about that. The Hazelmere Dam and the Sanin Dam will improve the supply of water to the west coast, eThekwini and the eastern part of Limpopo. Honorable members, these projects are meant to enhance and expand the capacity of the state to guarantee constant water supply to communities. Further, Honorable Chairperson, these projects will stimulate local economies and promote job creation in the benefited communities. After the establishment, these projects will fall under the authority of the agency. Honorable Chair and honorable members, the ANC-led government is committed to improving people's living conditions. Our responsibility now is to ensure we pass the legislation for the establishment of the agency in the coming months. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bartlett. The next speaker is Honorable De Bruin, Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Achtbare voorsitter, die ANC kan nie verwag dat ons hulle moet ernstig opneem as dit kom by beloftes oor volhoubare infrastruktuur vir water en sanitasie nie. Siende dat die ANC nie eens die infrastruktuur wat hy in 94 geërf het in stand kon hou en bestuur nie. En dan is daar ook bitter min suksesverhale van enige nuwe infrastruktuur wat suksesvol voltooi is in die laaste 29 jaar. Vir 29 jaar lang is al begroot vir infrastruktuur. En vir 29 jaar lank die meerderheid van fondse wat begroot is, eenvoudig verdwyn in die sakke van tenderpreneurs en kaders, sonder enige gewete oor die onderregte en die skending van menseregte wat ons burgers moet verduur. Voorsitter, hierdie week het ons Kansdag Menseregte Dag gevier, en dit terwyl die meerderheid van Suid-Afrikaners nie die basiese mensereg aan toegang tot skoon water kon geniet nie. Onlangs het die dorp van Wepener in die Mangaung Metro vir 40 dae in een sonder water gesit. Die 9 dorpe van die Kopanong munisipaliteit sit al vir meer as 'n jaar meestal sonder water. Die gehalte van drinkwater in groot dele van die Letšeng munisipaliteit is van so swak gehalte dat dit skaars drinkbaar is die kere wat hulle gelukkig genoeg is om water in die kraan te hê. Agbare voorsitter, dit spreek nie van 'n regering wat omsien na die belange van sy mense nie. 81% van alle rioolsuiweringsaanlegte in die Vrystaat en 70% nasionaal is wanfunksionerend en is daar rede tot kommer volgens die 2022 groendruppelverslag. 39% van alle rioolverwerkingsaanlegte nasionaal is in kritieke toestand volgens hy selfde verslag. En deur die Vrystaat heen is daar in elke liewe dorp rou riool wat deur die strate vloei en besuiweringsaanlegte eenvoudig een kant invloei en ongesuiwer aan die ander kant uitvloei in ons riviere en spruite aan, waar dit verder in die lyn af weer gesuiwer moet word vir menslike gebruik. Agbare voorsitter, hierdie is 'n paar van honderde voorbeelde en die ANC behoort sy kop in skaamte te hang, maar hy is ook ongelukkig te arrogant daarvoor. Die samelewing is afhanklik van stelsels wat voedsel, water, openbare gesondheidsdienste, energie en vervoer verskaf. En goed funksionerende waternutsdienste speel 'n belangrike rol in maatskaplike vooruitgang. Samelewings en besighede het betroubare toegang tot hoë gehalte en bekostigbare drinkwater en afvalwaterdienste nodig om hierdie noodsaaklike dienste doeltreffend te produseer. Vereis lewensvatbare en hoogpresterende nutsdienste wat ook in staat is om bedreigings soos beerdkrag en swak instandhouding ensovoorts die hoof te bied. En hierdie land se verouderde en vervalle waterinfrastruktuur vererger hierdie probleme en het groot finansiële kostes. 29 jaar van baie min tot geen instandhouding en weinig min tot geen infrastruktuur wat suksesvol gebou word, spreek glad nie van die bou van lewensvatbare waterinfrastruktuur nie, voorsitter. Om inwoners van 'n dorp soos Wepener vir 40 dae nie van water te kan voorsien nie, is nie volhoubaar nie, agbare voorsitter. En dan is die oorsaak daarvan, en in baie ander gevalle, die feit dat diensvlakooreenkomste met waterverskaffers wat in staatsbesit is, nie altyd spreek tot die behoeftes van die kliënt of die eindgebruiker nie. Selfde tot nooit, word daar boetes opgelê indien die verskaffer nie volhoubare of genoegsame hoeveelhede water kan lewer, soos per die daglikse ooreengekomme gebruik nie. Die verskaffer het ook nie 'n rigsteenplan wat hy kan verskaf indien watertoevoer gestaak word as gevolg van instandhouding of herstelwerk. En waterrade soos Bloemwater, wat nie die kapasiteit het in baie gevalle om voldoende te voorsien nie, eis 100% betaling, al lewer hy nie noodwendig 100% van die dienste nie, en is dan vinnig om die krane toe te draai ten koste van die betalende publiek. Dit, voorsitter, gebeur onder die toesig van die ANC-beheerde munisipaliteite, provinsies en departemente, en geen verandering ten opsigte van water- en sanitasie-infrastruktuur sal moontlik wees solank die ANC regeer nie, want die ANC heg eenvoudig geen waarde aan die welstand van ons burgers nie. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, any attempt of the ANC government,
As you
past,
conclude,
present, and
Honorable
future,
Deplain,
to ensure sustainable water and sanitation infrastructure was, is, and shall be as unsuccessful as an EFF attempt to organize a national shutdown. The only solution, Honorable Chair, is to remove the ANC from power in next year's election, and only then will we be able to invest
You
in
must come to the
infrastructure.
house. You must come to the
There's a
house and
sustainable
listen
supply
more
of water and
ANC what
sanitation services.
It's a dream.
Een mens word.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And as I must just say, Honorable Chair, this is our hybrid sitting. It's not necessary for me to be in the house as the member states. Thank you.
thank you, Honorable Deplain. The next speaker is Honorable Hadede, Inkatha Freedom Party.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, World Water Day is celebrated on March 22 every year. The theme for World Water Day 2023 is accelerating the change to solve the water and sanitation crisis. Water is not a luxury. Both South Africa and the world know that it is a basic human right. However, we have witnessed this resource to be part of a broken down system in the hands of the government, who are mandated to protect, manage, use, develop, and conserve and control a supposed effective water supply. Instead, it has left many of our communities with little to none of it coming out of their taps. Our communities have been left wanting and more so needing. In the midst of the Department of Water and Sanitation's failure to carry out their duties successfully, providing sustainable and reliable water to all South African communities has become an aspirational goal that hinges on the brink of our people's rights, and one that the government has gambled with for far too long. South Africa's lack of a reliable and sustainable water supply system echoes a very urgent cry for the connection between the environment and our communities to be restored, a call that the government has to heed immediately. We still have about 19% of rural communities without access to water, and many more without a reliable water supply. It is reported that residents and business owners in KwaZulu-Natal say that the water problem in the province have been ongoing for almost a decade, and that the past few years have been progressively worse. How is the world getting better at giving people access to clean and reliable water, and yet we are regressing? Some residents reportedly use their government grant money to ensure that they have some water to carry out their daily activities. This is resulting in people being further pushed into poverty. At the NCOP's Taking Parliament to the People program in Uku in November 2022, the Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation committed not less than 150 million to addressing the water challenges in the district and surrounding in KZN. As the IFP, we hope that the challenges will be adequately addressed as promised by the government. The South African government has in more than one way shown that it does not concern itself with the replenishing water supply infrastructure of the country. Incidents such as the KZN floods have laid bare just how aged our water and sanitation infrastructure in the
As
country
you
is.
conclude, Honorable Khadebe.
We have seen a decline in access to water and sanitation in provinces like the Eastern Cape and Limpopo as well. Access to water should be a key goal for the government to accomplish. Furthermore, investment needs to be dedicated into fixing and reviewing our water and infrastructure, which will ensure reliability and sustainability. The IFP again, Honorable Chairperson, shines light on the government's negligence when it comes to taking care of the public services and infrastructure. Legislation means nothing without action, and we call on this government to put action to their words. Implementation regarding the maintenance of water infrastructure and operational networks has to be taken seriously and rigorously enforced in order to build a reliable water infrastructure network that will benefit our communities long after we are gone. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Khadebe. The next speaker is Councillor K. Pukunzi. I'm sorry if I spell it wrong. Oh, Salga, from Salga.
Thank you, House Chair, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Ministers of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable House Chairpersons, Honorable Permanent Delegates, and Honorable Special Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I bring the greetings from organized local government, South African local government.
Sorry, Honorable Pukunzi. Councillor, can you please, we don't see you. We see your chest. We don't see your face. Please.
Can you see me now, Chair?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you. Debates on investment in water supply to communities are always seminal for two primary reasons among many. One, access to water is a basic human right, and our constitution compels us as government to take reasonable legislative and other measures within our available resources to achieve the progressive realization of this particular right as it is enshrined in Section 27 of our constitution. Two, I think we can all agree that progressive realization of the rights listed in Section 27, the right to health care, food, water, and social security for the poor and marginalized in particular, can be a true measure of our progress as our country. I am therefore asserting that sustainable and reliable water supply to communities matters, as it is a measure of our progress as a country and as a people. Honorable House Chair, if we accept that this topic matters, as it is a measure of our progress as a country, a key word I would like to hinge my input around is the word reasonable. The use of the word reasonable is useful as it is context sensitive while not exonerating government from the realization of the basic human right. To debate on investment in sustainable and reliable water supply to communities, it is useful to understand what is the basic water supply. The 2018 Department of Human Settlement and Neighborhood Planning and Design Guide, Section J of that particular Neighborhood Planning and Design Guide, stipulates that it defines the basic water supply as the provision of basic water supply facility, the sustainable operation of the facility. It says that water has to be available 350 days per year and not interrupted for more than 48 consecutive hours per incident. And the communication of good water use, hygiene, and related practices. As the Deputy Minister was saying, that part of their program was to teach our communities about the water usage and water reservoir. I think this definition gives us a good starting point to debate investing in building a viable water infrastructure for sustainable and reliable water supply to communities. We all know that the supply of drinking water to communities is the mandate of local government as assigned in Schedule 4B of the Constitution. We should also agree that municipal financial viability is a prerequisite for investing in the sustainable and reliable supply of water to communities in particular, but also the other services in Schedule 4B and Schedule 5B. The next question that one will ask maybe will be, where are we in terms of municipal financial viability? The second question will be, where are we in terms of the supply of sustainable and reliable water to communities? To be clear, the we in the above is all of us, not pointing finger to any party or any sphere of government, but the three spheres of government: communities, non-governmental organizations, the private sector, and the social partners. If we ever believe that government alone can invest in sustainable and reliable water supply, status quo should force us to re-evaluate that incorrect outlook. Then where are we in terms of municipal financial viability? I know that that's something that people don't want to hear, but we are going to raise this because this is the right platform for us as SALCA to lobby and advocate for our own member municipalities. Municipal viability is a multi-dimensional consideration, and the many diverse support and intervention programs that are testament to this. One of dimension of viability is finances. I will therefore consider financial viability as a proxy for general viability. This is a reasonable as service delivery is impossible without money, and water is by definition a trading service for municipality, expected to be revenue generating. But this is not to say money is all that is required for service provision. Honorable House Chair, from the latest National Treasury State of Local Government and Financial Management Report, we know that out of 257 municipalities, 175 of municipalities are financially distressed. And this is an alarming 68% of all municipalities. More than 50% of municipalities have low cash coverage, indicating that cash and short-term investment are insufficient to cover at least 1 month of fixed operating commitments. This includes 4 out of the 8 metros. And this also, Honorable House Chair, speaks to members that are sitting in this Honorable House to say they must equally do their role by paying the services where they come from, because all of us, we belong to municipalities. The 7 metros out and the 17 secondary cities, the 138 local municipalities and 26 districts had inadequate cash and investment available to pay current liabilities. This is nearly 3/4, about 75% of all municipalities. And when we speak to the district, the levy that was given to the district was taken away. So we need to relook into the funding model of local municipalities. Municipalities are also unable to invest in infrastructure. A total of 116 out of 257 municipalities had spent less than 10% of their total expenditure on capital infrastructure. We also don't allow that to happen, but there are reasons why all those things are happening. To understand what these numbers translate to let us consider the crisis of increasing municipal water debt. The national water trading entity is owed 8.7 billion by municipalities. Water boards are owed 14.6 billion by municipalities. And this also says to us, there are those that are supposed to pay for the services that are rendered to them, but they are not doing the honorable thing. The water debt is not because municipalities simply choose not to pay. From the National Treasury report, we can see that municipalities simply cannot pay, especially historic debt. And this is not the own making of municipality, because the number of population in municipality has also increased. And we want to actually raise this issue to say the formula that is used to give equitable share to municipalities, it is the main one is the Stats SA, whereby the Stats SA does not take into consideration the foreign nationals that are in our municipalities, because we have to render services to everybody that is in our municipal boundaries. If we accept that the service delivery organization, as a municipality cannot move without money, it should be clear that dealing with municipal financial viability should be top priority. If we are serious about seeing investment, as SALGA, we maintain the need to review the local government equitable share calculation and allocation to give local government more. We have tried all the other tricks in the book, but we refuse to make this fundamental change. The cause of the sustained refusal is under investment in municipal water and sanitation services to communities. Two, we in terms of the supply of sustainable and reliable water. There are many ways to answer this, but all these answers will leave one feeling that there is much to do if we are to provide sustainable and reliable water. However, I note that the 2018 National Water and Sanitation Master Plan tells us that South Africa is facing a projected water deficit of 17% by 2030. Only 64% of households have access to reliable water supply. Municipalities are losing about 9.9 billion each year through non-revenue water. 33 billion more is needed annually for the next 10 years to achieve water security. The Water Research Commission study on water user perceptions in South Africa tells us that 65% of urban South Africa have a reliable water supply.
As you conclude, Councillor Pokudzi.
As I conclude, Chairperson, we want to welcome as SALGA the intervention that is done by the department in Ugu, in KZN, in the Free State, equally in KZN. We are also welcoming the Water Partnership Office that will be established. And we say we'll work with the department to make sure that our municipalities render services in an effective and efficient manner. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pukutsi. The next speaker is Honorable J.J. Lloyd, Democratic Alliance.
Good afternoon, Honorable House Chair, the Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. Honorable House Chair, just tongue in cheek, I hope that you would put in the same effort to pronounce a member you've been serving with for 4 years, Honorable Browter Seth, than what you did in pronouncing Honorable Pukunsi for the last 4 hours that you served with her. You can also check with Honorable Browter Seth the next time whether you did
You are
it
attacking the
correctly.
wrong person, Honorable Lord. You are attacking the wrong person.
Dag sê agbare ondervoorsitter, welkom ook aan u. Honorable Makume, you are bemoaning an ever shrinking.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable Makume, you are bemoaning an ever shrinking fiscus in South Africa. And then you are also complaining that there's no investors that wants to come into the towns that you serve in. But the problem is that you are chasing investors away and you are not ensuring that there is policy certainty. So the first thing you need to do if you want to get an ever increasing fiscus is to ensure that there is policy certainty, and that is your party that is not doing that, and then making sure we attract investors back and not chasing them away. But getting back to this debate for tonight, we as South Africa, we are already considered as a water scarce country. In fact, we are ranked as the 30th driest in the world. It was with a bit of a chuckle that I read the World Wildlife Fund website the phrase, we need to realize that water does not come from a dam, a pipe, or a tap. It is common sense, but in the South African context, it is sometimes necessary to state the obvious. Water is a finite resource, and similar to all other finite resources, government has a responsibility to be proactive in ensuring that we are prepared for the worst before it happens. Dit is om die vet jare te gebruik om voorbereiding te maak vir die maar jare wat kom. However, as is the norm in this ANC government, sorry, Honourable Chair, just want to get, however, as is the norm, this ANC government is good in saying the right things, as was the case in November 2015, and I want to quote this. Drought is a natural phenomenon which we cannot prevent. However, as government, we are fully conscious of the responsibility we bear to mitigate its economic and social impact on the country and its people, taking into account that water is a scarce resource in South Africa. To date, water managers have successfully supported a strong economy and ongoing socio-economic growth. Therefore, our key focus is on continuing to work with provinces and all stakeholders to mitigate the impact of drought on households in both urban and rural communities. Now, this sounds great. Now, the Honourable Deputy Minister, you are new in your role. So I'm going to give you an example, and maybe you should go up and speak to the communities around the town of Clanwilliam, because just 200 kilometers up to the north along the N7 lies a glaring example of the ANC incompetence. At first glance, it doesn't look bad. There's a beautiful dam with mountain ranges, vineyards, as well as orchards that make a truly idyllic picture. The problem, however, comes if you dig just a little bit deeper. The raising of the Clanwilliam Dam wall, when completed, should further unlock the economy, not just in the region and the province, but for the country. It will help address one of the top risks we face as a country, which is water security. Now, this project already received the necessary approval in 2008 to raise the existing dam wall by 13 meters and also to improve the foundation of the dam. This is a massive project that was generally met with excitement and the positive knock-on effects.
As you conclude, Honourable Lloyd, please.
Honourable Chair, I think your timer is not 100% correct, but I will try and wrap up quickly. Now, the original completion date for the project was set for May 2018. That is almost 5 years ago. Through utter incompetence and disregard for taxpayers and the thousands that should have benefited through job opportunities, this ANC government now set a new completion deadline for March 2023. Now, if you look at your watches, it's this month. Yet there has been little to no progress, and instead of holding people accountable, the goalposts are moved yet again to a new completion date of 2028, a full 20 years after the approval. Now, all this time, maintenance is not being done. There are serious red flags with the existing foundations that are cracking. Thousands of hectares of fertile farmland that is not being utilized to fully unlock job opportunities.
Your time is up, Honourable Lloyd. Thank you. The next speaker is Honourable Mteto from African National Congress.
Thank you once more again, Chairperson of the session. And good afternoon, colleagues, and the Deputy Minister and everybody in the House. Honorable Chair of the House, the African National Congress-led government has an impressive record on the provision of water and sanitation infrastructure since it took office in 1994. This impressive record, Chair, is made possible through continuous investment in water and sanitation infrastructure. The department master plan has estimated that the investment of the ANC-led government over the years in water and sanitation infrastructure stood at more than 1.3 trillion rands in the year 2017. The intention of the government are to realize the constitutional imperative of the rights of each and every South African to access the clean drinking water and adequate sanitation. It is the reconstruction and the development program that recognize that our government should undertake water and sanitation infrastructure through environmental and political sustainable approach to the management of our water resources and to end the collection, treatment, and disposal of waste. In other words, Honorable Chair, our responsibility as a member of this House is to ensure significant investment is channeled into a new water infrastructure and technology that are climate change resistant and adaptive to ensure consistency of water supply to the community. Honorable Chair, the President announced a number of big bulk water sanitation infrastructure projects that will be funded this year. I wish to draw your attention to the projects that were completed last year and those that are currently being implemented by the Department of Water and Sanitation. In the Maholo local municipality in the Free State province, the Department of Water
Ubanyambus. Silinde wena. Honorable Mtet, order, honorable members.
Masube.
Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Mtetwa. Ukhona okanye ufrizile okanye kwenze njani?
We lost him. Maybe you can continue with the DM.
Okay.
Yes, we can see he's not on the screen.
Honorable Mtetwa, we're going to
It's
come
load
back to you
shedding.
in case.
Load shedding of the ANC has blocked Ntate Mthethwa.
The next speaker, order, honorable members, please. The honorable speaker is D. Mahlobo, Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation.
Thank you, Chair. Let's thank everybody who participated in this debate and also indicate that Chairperson, while others they were contributing positively, others they've chosen to politicize matters of water, which are matters of life and death. I want to caution them, tell no lies, claim no easy victories. Local government, whether it is run by the ANC, the IFP or the DA, they are all struggling. The DA is the worst one. I stay here in Tshwane. This municipality is not functional. And sometimes my family and other people are exposed to non-availability of water for more than 4 days, let alone those who are staying in the Western Cape, where the sewer is running in the street because their crime is being black. One of the things that we must indicate is that this government of the ANC will ensure that water is delivered in our communities. Through our own funding over the last 10 years, more than 70 billion rand has been invested through RBIC. We have also currently on the RBIC over this MTF, more than 23 billion, more than 639 projects of about 12.23 billion have been given through WISIC-CHEM. We need to indicate that those in the Western Cape, they must not tell any lies. The Brandflay Canal has been commissioned very closer to the heart of the Premier. The Napa wastewater treatment works have done that. The Davon scheme have done that. the Klein Williams Dam, there are issues of servitude that we're dealing with. The issues around water in Gauteng, the opposition knows that Vlakfontein, more than 220 megaliters in terms of the reservoirs, we've been able to provide so that Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, and the people of Mpumalanga must have water, including the Zekersfontein. We are hard at work in resolving these particular issues. Our department is also dealing with the issue of energy crisis. A number of municipalities' reservoirs and the balancing reservoirs in municipalities are not adequate. And these are the matters that must be attended to. That's why Rand Water is going to be spending 28 billion rand in dealing with these issues. Not that we are going to be doing it, already we are doing that. And I'm very pleased that the issues of power generation, ESCOM is going to exempt municipalities for water and other sectors as directed by President, and working with the Minister of Electricity and our Minister, we'll conclude these issues. We'll look at issues like the alternative of hydro, we'll look at solar, the IPPs, including generators, those who are referring to issues of Limpopo, but also dealing with the issues of the increased storage, but also use the conversion of kinetic energy into electric energy if you move from those particular pumps. But I want to indicate that, Chair, we'll proceed to do more around issues of securing water with all the projects we've done. We'll attend to issues of operation and maintenance, renewal of infrastructure. We'll attend to the issues of non-revenue water, deal with the issues of water conservation and demand management, and the imperatives of climate change. Vandalism and attack on infrastructure, this is a societal problem. Let's work together so that money that is meant for service delivery, it does not get being redirected to the issues of electricity. But let's also indicate, Chair, that paying for water is the right thing to do. Those communities that can afford to pay, starting with the honorable members there in Parliament, let them pay for what? Let's pay the water boards.
Deputy Minister.
Let's also pay the water boards, but also those who are owing municipalities, they have that particular responsibility. On behalf of the ANC, we remain undeterred. We shall deliver water to the remaining communities because they too must enjoy this right under the sun. I thank you.
Well done. Bye-bye.
Thank you, TM.
Yeah, Chair.
Honorable Mthethwa?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, my audible now.
The debate has been concluded.
Yeah, my audible, Chair.
Order.
Yeah, my audible,
Order,
Chair.
members, please.
Yeah,
Order,
my
members,
audible, Chair.
please.
Can I talk now, Chair? Yes,
Nyambos.
Chair. Yes, Chair. Do you hear me?
Carry on.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, Chair, for the first time. Honorable Chair, the ANC-led government has impressive record on the provision of water and sanitation infrastructure since it took office in 1994. This impressive record is made of possible.
On a point of order. On a point of order, Chairperson.
Yes, Chair.
It's Honorable Dlamini.
Honorable Mbali Dlamini.
Chair, the Deputy Minister is the last one to speak on the program. Unfortunately, Nyambose was disconnected, and now you are prolonging the meeting longer than it should have been. It is incorrect because we're all here. If we didn't have connectivity issues, we're supposed to be in the house. Next time, they must come to the house and they must come and give their speeches here. We're not going to accept it, Chair. Please close the meeting.
Chair, everybody, when you've got a...
About
Honorable,
your point,
Honorable Chairperson, if I may come in here, can we
Yes,
please
please,
apologize?
Deputy.
Can we please apologize to Honorable Mthethwa? Unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond his and our own control, he couldn't finish with his input into the debate. But unfortunately, the debate has been concluded by the Deputy Minister. And I really want us to handle it like that and really apologize. It is really not his fault, but unfortunately, the debate has been concluded. Thank you.
Apology seconded. I think the meeting has come to an end. Thank you.
And I'm very sorry, Honorable Mtetwa. It's really not your fault, but unfortunately, we had to do it like that.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members. Let me thank the Minister of Police, Deputy Minister, Judy Chabalala, Comrade Honorable Masobo, Deputy MECs, available special delegates, and permanent delegates. Thank you for your availability. Let's pray for our people in Port St. John's. They are in flooding as we speak. Please. Thank you. The House is adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Amen. Malibongwe.
Recording stopped.
Malibongwe, Kamala Makos Scouts.